Okay, everybody, welcome to this discussion, Logical Arguments Against Belief in an All-Loving and All-Powerful God. Some of the best arguments that the Bible and its God are phony don't even have to involve a study of the Bible itself, and certainly we've done enough of that on this channel to prove beyond any doubt that the Bible is completely full of shit. It's God, it's religion, the whole nine yards, be it Judaism, Christianity, Islam, it's all garbage. But tossing the Bible aside and just looking at the claims in that damn book made by all the religions that have been spawned from it are laughably ridiculous simply on the basis of what used to be called common sense, using just logical principles. You can see that the damn thing doesn't pan out. So that's what we're going to do in this video, or maybe two-part video. I don't know how long it's going to take to go through this. I'll probably do a lot of rambling, so it might take 2 videos to cover this. But just sheer arguments of logic alone should tell people that that book is bullshit. And yet, still, Bible dupes override the logic part of the brain, right? As I pointed out in previous videos, the Bible literally teaches its adherents to check their brains at the door, to not depend on your own understanding. You got to let the Spirit guide you. I've heard Christians over the years say that. Oh, you don't have the Spirit, that's what. The spirit of ignorance is what they're really saying without even realizing it, because that's what's required to believe the Bible. You have to be ignorant of history. You have to be ignorant of the fact that the Bible contradicts its own self, let alone history, that it makes all kinds of outrageous, fallacious claims, that it's filled with all kinds of immoral garbage, that it's God as a raging, mass-murdering psychopath. That's the only way you can believe the Bible, is to be ignorant, phenomenally ignorant about a whole lot of things, either willfully or blindly, but either way. And by willfully, I mean you just have to brush off, and that's what Bible believers do, right? They brush off anything and everything that doesn't jive with their preconceived notions. And when you come along and try to point those things out, they brush you off. They only associate, for the most part, with fellow believers. Christians will only associate with a non-believer, and most of them won't even do that, but they'll only associate with a non-believer in so much as they think they can suck you into their cult. The minute you make it clear that you're not only not going to be sucked in, but that you have some serious objections to belief in that book and can refute it, they will write you off completely. You don't even have to push your ideas of the Bible being full of shit on them. Once they see that they can't sway you, you're done. That's it. They'll write you off. Most of them, most of the time. Very rare are the exceptions to that rule. I have a couple friends that are Bible believers, but they're the exception. Bible believers, for the most part, will not be friends with you anymore once they see that they cannot suck you into their cult, which is the reason why, once again, most of them only associate with people who are living in their same delusional fantasy world. Anyway, so let's look at some simple reasons of logic why the Bible and all the religions spawn from it. It's God. The whole thing is just complete horse shit. Reason number 1, the Bible teaches that there's going to be an infinite punishment for finite crimes. That's a big problem. They never stop to ponder it. They just accept it. And yet, if you really think about it, and by the way, I'm not just talking about those who believe in an eternal burning hell. That is really bad. But even those who don't believe in an eternal burning hell, which are a small minority, most Christians do, that is so disgusting, though, that most Christians believe that you're going to be eternally burning and suffering in endless flames of torment just for having lived a life of 70. Even if you were the most vile, evil person, you certainly deserve your ass roasted, right? But nonstop, endless torment and suffering. I've actually heard, years ago, back in my Bible dupe days, I would hear ministers talk about how the suffering of sinners in hell is going to help accentuate our pleasures in heaven. It's going to make heaven more enjoyable. What? Well, first of all, that's actually not even in the Bible, but it is what most Christians believe. The Bible actually does not teach, and, I've talked about this in the past. I'm going to do a whole series on this later on, what the Bible actually teaches about the fate of the wicked. It doesn't teach that they're going to suffer endlessly. It actually teaches that, what's called the lake of fire is going to roast the asses of the wicked for all time. And, they're going to be destroyed, and that's going to be the end of them. But, even that is problematic, right? You would want an end to the wicked, right? But what kind of a God is that who, for thousands of years now, we're supposed to believe, has just been sitting back and letting this whole mess play out like this? Christians claim that God loves the sinner as much as the saint. What he doesn't love is sin. Okay, so why doesn't he just eradicate sin? If he loves the sinner, why doesn't he come up with a better plan than this? To just give a book full of nonsense and expect people are going to blindly believe it? Well, clearly many do. But there are those of us who do that moronic thing called thinking, like George Carlin used to say. Where a book like that full of shit doesn't cut it. And yet that's the best that this God can offer. And that's the difference between being saved in his glorious kingdom for all eternity or burning in hell for all eternity. That's what's going to make the difference. Whether or not you're stupid enough, ignorant enough to believe a book full of fairy tales and alt-right bullshit, nonsense, immorality crap, and, on and on and on. That's his plan. That's the best that a supposed all-wise, all-knowing God can come up with. Here's my book with the secret to avoid burning in hell. And that burning in hell is his solution to fixing the problem, right? Why not intervention? None of us actually were responsible for evil coming into this world. We're born into it. And that's the best he can offer us, is this book that many people through history never even had access to. And for those who have, a fair amount of them could see through it as bullshit and rejected it for sound and solid reasons. According to Bible dupes, though, oh no, it's because you have a hardened heart that you don't accept the Bible. Oh no, it's because I have a fucking brain, which you obviously don't have, that you've accepted it. Guys, look at the bullshit. And we're only on point number 1. Look at the bullshit that they are pawning off on us, these Bible dumbasses who think that that's the answer to man's problems. It's a big part of man's problems. And I would say let's get rid of it altogether, except we need at least one of those books hanging around just to expose it for the crap that it is, and hope that in the future, if we can ever, extricate ourselves from its clutches, that we can educate people in the future and show them. Can you believe that people were held hostage by this book, that they were brainwashed by this kind of propaganda? You need to keep the book around just so you can show the potential that the human mind has to be deceived by the most ridiculous, nonsensical, verminous, vile filth, that people can be brainwashed by something like this. Doesn't say much for human intelligence now, does it? We're supposed to be the most intelligent creatures on the planet, and yet look at the horse shit that people are led to believe and accept and want to emulate, looking up to Yahweh and respecting him as the highest moral authority. He's a piece of moral trash, is what he is. But anyway, Kind of got off on a tangent right there, didn't I? But the fact that most Bible dupes believe that you're going to suffer an eternal punishment or be lost eternally just for living 70. Let's say you're the most vile sinner, right? Is this the best thing that an all-loving God can come up with? How does that solve the sin problem? They're going to burn forever? No. They should be, if you're going to burn them in a fire, it should be something that burns them up, reduces them to ashes, and then they're a thing of the past. But even that's pretty sinister, right? For a God that's supposed to love the sinner but hate the sin. Why didn't he have a better plan than that? Personally intervene, educate them, show them how evil sin is. Even the most vile criminal on the planet, I think could be reformed by a truly all-loving God that could touch their heart. Supposedly, God can touch your heart and change you, right? An almighty, all-knowing God would know the way to fix the problem of sin. But we're supposed to believe that he's just sitting back and letting it happen. He gave us freedom of choice, the Bible dupe would say. Oh, really? Well, how about when the sinners or the evildoers' freedom of choice infringes on my rights, right? Which is how this whole world operates, isn't it? Evil son of a bitches at the top, elite Jew criminal son of a bitches, run this world. And so their freedom of choice overrides mine. They can force their will on me and engage in all kinds of fiascos, fake terrorist attacks like on 9/11, fake pandemics that caused the death of multiplied millions and are going to continue to cause the death of multiplied millions more as the effects of the vaccine kicks in. That's what you call your God sitting back and allowing freedom of choice to play out. What they really mean is, well, if you make the wrong decision, you're gonna suffer for it because God gave you the freedom of choice. But the wrong decisions of those in power affect most adversely the lives of millions, yea, billions around the world. And you want me to think that your God is in charge of all this? That this is all according to his plan? Because that's what they teach, guys. This whole fucked up world, the mess that it's in, is part of his plan. Oh, really? Well, I want nothing to do with any entity that would call this screwed up shithole of a mess part of his plan. And you're demented if you think that that thing is worthy of praise and respect and worship. What kind of a loving entity would even accept worship, let alone require it? Really? Groveling at his feet. It's disgusting. And even though you do it day after day, week after week, year after year, Bible dupes, what has it done for you? Nothing. And you full well know it. It's done nothing. All you get out of it is the illusion of happiness, the illusion of peace, the illusion of security. As I've stated many times on this channel, and I'll keep saying it, I saw firsthand how that peace that passes understanding actually works. It's all a game of make-believe. You show up at church every week, and you falsely reassure your fellow believers, as they do you, that you're having a great walk with Jesus, you're living a happy life. But privately, when you call your pastor, or in my case, student pastor, and discuss your problems, the real truth comes out. You're not happy. You don't have any peace because this religion makes you miserable. It fills you with lies, causes you to think you're supposed to have peace, but you don't get it. It doesn't do anything in the real world. So you live in denial. You tell other believers, and you certainly tell non-believers. You don't want to scare them away and be the cause of them losing their salvation. You want to win them over to Jesus. Yeah, so they can be miserable like you. You lie to others, believers and non-believers alike, and pretend you're living a happy life and you have peace, the peace Jesus promised. But you know full well deep down inside, you lying son of a bitches, you know full well you don't have peace. This religion has done nothing for you. Maybe in the beginning you're dancing on the clouds like I was, right? I was still wet behind the ears in my 20s, hadn't lived on this planet long enough to see what a shit mess the whole damn thing is. I was dancing on the clouds for a while, right? That was the honeymoon period of my religious experience. But after a while, things start going sour and you realize, wow, all my prayers, all my faith, all of my trusting in God hasn't done a thing for me. Your life falls to shit. And for a while, you might be able to explain it away. Oh, well, God's testing my faith. He's trying to teach me an object lesson through these trials. But that only works for so long. Like I said, when I did pastoral counseling, I saw people who had been in the faith 30, 40 years, ahead of me, right? 30, 40 years my senior, and had been Christians 30, 40, 50, 60 years longer than I had. And they were miserable. Every single member of the church that I student pastored at one time or other had called me with these horrible miseries and disappointments, right? And I couldn't understand it at the time. I was in my 20s, and I'm like, geez, I'm happy in the Lord. How come they aren't? They should be much more happy than me, having walked the Christian walk so much longer. No, it's because they lived life longer in this world and had more, hard knocks sent their way, and they saw that their faith wasn't working. But you know what's most sad of all? They blamed themselves, because that's what that bitch religion teaches them to do. The Bible teaches it, and it gets reinforced from the pulpit every week, that when your walk is rough, it's either God's testing you or it's your fault. You've done something wrong. You must be harboring a secret sin. So now you're not only in despair because things are going wrong, but now you're thinking you're lost, that God is not accepting you, and that's why he's not blessing you. You're displeasing him. It is a religion far from bringing peace. It's a religion that brings misery, suffering, anxiety, stress, depression, disappointment. Get rid of the fucking thing before it gets rid of you. Who else but elite Jew pig bastard criminal son of a bitches could ever have delivered a book like this to deliver so much misery? Anyway. But again, the idea that an all-loving God, who supposedly loves the sinner but hates the sin, is going to either, flip a coin, fry your ass eternally, or have you be eternally lost, destroyed in the lake of fire. Either way, is that love? Suppose those of you who have kids, right? You love your kids, right? But what if your kids were rotten, foul? What if they turned into bank robbers? Or, even worse, what if you found out one of your kids was a murderer, right? We can understand parents like Jeffrey Dahmer's father saying, hang him, I'll personally pull the chair out from under him, right? You can understand a human father saying that. Quite frankly, I'd be appalled if I found out my son was a mass murderer. But would I stop loving him? No, I'd visit him in prison and say, I am horribly, horribly shocked, appalled, outright disgusted with what you've done. I can't understand it. But I would tell him, I still love you. You're still my son. But you have horribly, horribly, disappointed me. If that, it's not even strong enough of a word. But you understand what I'm saying? There are some parents, though, who would say, hang him. But, and you can understand that, right? Humanly speaking, we're human, we're imperfect. We could see either reaction as being justified. A parent who says, hang him, or a parent who says, hey, I'm horrified what he did, I'm disgusted, but I still love him, he's my son, right? But when we talk about what's supposed to be the embodiment of love now, who's supposed to be all-knowing and perfect and all-loving, you would expect a better response. You would not expect that individual to say, hang him, right? You would expect such an individual who's the embodiment of love to say, he's still my son, I love him. But would you expect that individual to say, I'm going to fry your ass, either for all eternity have you suffer endlessly, or the other option, I'm going to just fry your ass so you're lost for all eternity. Either way, though, does that sound like what the embodiment of love would do? Wouldn't the embodiment of love intervene, knowing in advance that one of his beloved sons was going to become a mass murderer? Wouldn't he intervene so that that didn't even happen? Or if for some reason he was on vacation down in the Caribbean or something, sunning his fat ass on the beach, and didn't know his son had become a mass murderer. And later, when he was done with his, 1,000-year-long vacation, he found out, oh, one of my sons became a murderer while I was gone. Don't you think he's going to do something in his all-wise, all-knowing brain to see to it that his son doesn't, A, suffer in flames for all eternity, or be cast into the lake of fire and just be burnt to ashes and then be gone for all eternity? Do you see what I'm saying? Is this the best plan that an all-loving God, who supposedly loves the sinner and hates the sin, is this the best plan he could come up with? Torture them for all eternity, like most Christians believe, which actually isn't biblical. Or fry their ass once for all so they don't exist anymore. Is that love? Even though the individual was a heinous criminal, right? Couldn't the all-knowing one, who supposedly love incarnate, come up with a better goddamn fucking plan than that? You accept this, Bible dupes, as something coming from one who is all-knowing and all-loving. Well, you are a dumbass. That's it. You're a dumbass. If you can accept a story like this and think that this is something, again, that would come from an all-knowing and all-loving God, I, in my feeble human mind, can see this for the horseshit that it is and could come up with a much better plan than that. And yet you accept that as coming from one who's omniscient, omnipotent, and all-loving. Bullshit. Bullshit. It just shows how limited, how feeble your frickin' brain actually is, which is why you believe in this book in the first place and all of its nonsense. Anyway, it's obvious this video is going to be in two parts because I'm only on point number 1 here and I've been rambling away. On to point number 2. The concept of how sin entered the world as described in the Bible is both arbitrary and completely unfair. And the whole thing was set up by Yahweh. I've covered this before, but let me just go over it really briefly again. The whole idea of how sin entered, right? Eve was tempted by the serpent to pick the fruit and eat of it, and then she gave it to Adam, and he ate of it, and now, because of that, for untold thousands of years now, supposedly, according to the biblical account, the entire human species throughout all of its history has been cursed with misery, suffering, death, murders, rapes, the whole 9 yards. All of this, everything right down to a mosquito bite, all of these miseries and sufferings are the direct result of our first foreparents picking a piece of goddamn fruit off of a tree. Are you shitting me? You accept that bullshit fairy tale story, Bible dupes, as the explanation for how this world got in the mess that it's in. Every evil, everything that's gone wrong, down to losing your goddamn car keys, everything that frustrates and annoys the law of entropy, things breaking down, all of it. Shit, my washing machine just broke. I gotta get a new one. I can't even afford it. All of it is a result of Adam and Eve, our supposed first parents, eating a piece of fruit. How more arbitrary could your son of a bitch God possibly be? How more unfair that everybody has to suffer for an act like that? What is immoral, pray tell, about eating a piece of fruit because your God said so? How dare you do something I told you not to do, even though the act itself is not wrong? Get the hell out of here. But even if they did something that was heinous, right? Let's say Adam killed Eve because she wouldn't have sex with him one night. A heinous crime. But why wouldn't Yahweh have intervened? Why would he create them such that they could even do something like that, right? He could explain to them that not obeying him can result in horrible things. But why sit back and let it happen? Oh, we gave us freedom of choice! Well, there goes that bullshit line again. Freedom of choice. And yet that freedom of choice that individuals who hold the reins of power make decisions that screw everyone else up. Oh, but because I respect your freedom of choice so much, I'm going to let a small handful of people fuck up the lives of everybody else on the planet. You call that a God sitting back and let freedom of choice? Cut the shit. If he's so loving, why is he going to allow freedom of choice to screw up other people's lives? I could see it if it only affected their life, right? If they wanted to reject the great Yahweh, that mass murdering son of a bitch in the clouds, I could see if they wanted to reject him, and that as a result of that wrong choice, their freedom of choice will lead them to disaster. But when someone's freedom of choice is allowed by this prick in the sky to ruin everyone else's life, that's the Bible's explanation, again, for the freedom of choice Adam and Eve were given. They made the choice to do that heinous thing of picking a piece of fruit, and now we're all made to suffer for it? That's a psychopath that has a little arrangement like that. Nice little arrangement there, isn't it? They made that choice. They exercised their freedom of choice, and now we all suffer for it? Do you understand what an evil son of a bitch this Yahweh is, according to the Bible? If you accept the Bible, and you clearly do, Bible dupes, as actual historical revelations, okay, fine, it played out that way. Your God's a son of a bitch. To say that he gave us freedom of choice and he respects it is one thing. And I would say, fine, yes, if you want to make a wrong decision and screw yourself up, have at it. I don't see how a loving God could work that way. But humanly speaking, yeah, you want to make a stupid choice? Go for it. You're going to suffer the consequences. But no. We've got a problem when there are people who make stupid choices or selfish choices or criminal choices, right? Knowing it's going to cause misery to hundreds, thousands, millions, billions of other people. And for your God to sit back and let innocent people look at COVID. According to your bullshit belief, Bible dupes, your God gave Anthony Fauci and the boys at the CDC and the FDA and the goddamn NIH and the WHO and on it goes. He gave them the freedom of choice so that everyone else can suffer for it. Millions, billions around the world were coerced, bribed, threatened into taking that deadly shit shot. And that's because God respects their opinion, or their freedom of choice. Knock it off. Just knock it off. You think that I'm supposed to be enamored with that book and its explanation and its so-called solution? It's no solution to anything, but you claim that the Bible has the solution to man's problems. Jesus, turn to Jesus. Follow the gospel message. It doesn't do jack shit, number one. And its explanation for the mess we're in is atrocious. It's abominable. It's deplorable. Your God's behavior and your supposed omniscient master in the clouds ideas of solving the problem of sin are laughably pathetic and disgusting. The fact that you accept this just shows how incredibly stupid you actually are, Bible dupes. It's not even gullibility. It's stupidity, because you didn't subject it to critical analysis to see all the problems with it. You allowed this book to fool you into thinking that using your brain to critically analyze this, you do it with everything else, right? You don't just show up at a dealership and buy a car because the salesman assures you it's in good shape, especially a used car, right? You don't know who owned it. You can't just accept his word for it. You got to take it out on a test drive. If you don't understand mechanics, bring a friend with you who does. Have him look under the hood, right? But you dumbass Bible dupes never did that with your book. You never subjected it to critical analysis, because if you had done so, you wouldn't have believed it in the first place. You would have seen that, holy shit, this book contradicts itself all over the place. It claims to be moral, but look at this God. Look at the things he says and does and commands his chosen ones to say and do. Look at the things they've done in his name. that he's approved of, you would never have fallen for it. Instead, you blindly accepted that it was God's word and just carte blanche across the board accepted everything it said, and you've been defending it ever since when it's not worthy of your defense or your belief. If you had examined it, you would have seen that. You would have seen it's not worthy of your trust, of your faith. So, you know what? I respect your freedom of choice. You made a wrong choice, and if you want to continue to follow it, have at it. But how dare you? How dare you, in your classic judgmental finger-pointing bullshit stance, come along and condemn me and others like me who can see this book for the bullshit that it is and outright, wholeheartedly, justifiably reject it, and for you to claim that we're lost, we're of the devil! You're of the devil for following this devil called Yahweh. But anyway, guys, the concept of how sin entered the world, check it out. Not only is it completely arbitrary to say that picking a piece of fruit and eating it is the cause of all the misery and suffering we have to suffer now because God respected Adam and Eve's choice. We didn't make any choice in this matter, and yet we're made to suffer for their choice, which didn't even involve a heinous crime anyway, right? It's just picking a fruit. But here's the ultimate kick in the ass. According to this bullshit story, which Bible dupes accept as actual history, okay, fine, it's history. It happened that way. But your God set them up through entrapment to pick the goddamn fruit. He put the damn tree right there in their midst, we're told. He put it there. And then said, don't touch this! Knowing full well that the tempting serpent was going to come along and appeal to Eve, and that she was in fact going to eat it. The son of a bitch put the goddamn tree there. Do you understand? That is entrapment. That is a psychopathic thing to do. So who's ultimately to blame for all of this? Yahweh himself is. Not the goddamn snake, which Bible dupes like to say is the devil himself. Well, I hate to tell you, but when that story was written, the devil character, or Satan, wasn't even invented yet. In fact, you really don't get the character of Satan at all until the New Testament. That's when it's finally laid out and it's explained that supposedly this character, this enemy, Satan, the devil, Lucifer, whatever, we're only told then that he was supposed to have been a fallen angel. Well, that's funny too, isn't it? Because the fall, the real fall, the original fall, wasn't even in the Garden of Eden now, was it? The real fall was supposed to be in heaven, according to the book of Revelation, where Lucifer rebelled and took 1/3 of all the angels with him when he fell. Really? How did that happen in a place that's supposed to be devoid of sin? How did sin enter into a perfect realm? You could understand, oh no, you can't even understand that in the Garden of Eden, because Earth was supposed to be a perfect realm too. But at least Earth, the Garden of Eden, that wasn't the very dwelling place of Yahweh, the Holy One, right? Heaven is. Heaven is supposed to be devoid of all evil, all thoughts of evil, let alone the existence of evil itself. That's where the real fall, the original fall began, according to the Bible, right in heaven, right? And yet, why wasn't heaven cursed like earth was? When Adam and Eve fell, according to the Bible, the entire world became cursed because sin entered here. Why then was not all of heaven cursed when Lucifer rebelled in heaven? Do you see the point? How come all the angels, all of God's heavenly realm, how come that wasn't cursed like all of earth was when Adam and Eve fell? Do you see the inconsistency here, dumbass Bible dupes? I know if there's any of you listening, and surely there aren't, but if there were, you're going to be getting those wheels turning in your head now, trying to make up excuses. This is all you ever do, to try to explain away. We're not interested in your little explanations, trying to explain things away. The Bible itself doesn't even give an answer to that one. It doesn't even try to. It's hoping that people will never stop to question things like this and come, and ponder these questions, right? Why wasn't all of heaven cursed? It should have been. All of earth was cursed when Adam and Eve fell, according to the bullshit book. That should have happened in heaven too, but it didn't. Why? Why? Why wasn't all of heaven tainted, affected by the fall that originally occurred there? This book is so completely full of shit. So now we have Yahweh taking his frustrations out, throwing a temper tantrum, and cursing the entire earth. We're told that that's what he did, right, in the book of Genesis. Right after the fall, that horrible thing they did by eating a piece of fruit, we're told that Yahweh cursed the ground. From now on, you're going to toil and suffer just to get by every day in the field, planting your food. Briars and thistles and thorns. Yahweh cursed the earth with all sorts of miseries because sin had entered here. Why didn't he do that in heaven too? Oh, so now we see even more reason to show that he was an arbitrary, sadistic, and totally unjust and unfair son of a bitch. But that doesn't stop Bible dupes from still labeling him as all-loving and just and merciful. And bullshit. Bullshit. This story of the fall is not acceptable. No one with a rational mind, who actually uses their mind and doesn't check it at the door like the Bible teaches, nobody with a rational mind. It's pretty ironic, isn't it? Because you dumbass Bible dupes claim that God created the human brain. And yet, the Bible turns around and literally tells you not to use that brain that your God supposedly gave you in the first place. Well, I can tell you, nobody named Yahweh ever gave us a brain that is at least capable of logical thinking. Obviously, you Bible dupes checked that at the door and aren't even capable of it anymore. You gave that up. Your brain has become so apathetic now, I don't even think you have the ability to do that. It's kind of like, from the time of your birth, if you were blindfolded such that no light reached your retinas, you'd be blind by age 2 or 3 or so, or some even before that, maybe by the first year. You'd go completely blind because your brain would shut off the visual cortex since it's not getting any signals. There's no stimuli entering through the eyes. You would go blind. Did you know that? And so it is with Bible dupes. You were trained by the goddamn bullshit book called the Bible to trust not in your own heart and lean not to your own understanding. You were warned about the carnal mind getting in the way of you accepting the wonderful message of salvation. The Bible has to do that because it's so completely full of shit. It wants you to check your brain at the door so you will blindly accept what it teaches. Faith. Have faith. Which really means just believe what you're told and don't question it. If you employ critical thinking and logic, that's going to get in the way. That's the devil trying to trick you so you won't accept this great plan that God has offered. Do you understand that is brainwashing? Do you understand what that goddamn book is actually teaching you dumbasses to do, Bible dupes? It teaches you on the one hand that God created the brain, and yet on the other hand, don't use your brain. Don't use the brain that your God supposedly gave you so that you can accept his message. Holy mind fuck. Yeah, the G rating's out the window with this one, guys. It has to be. You got to accentuate how outrageous this is with some flavorful language once in a while, because it is outrageous. Shock talk has a good effect when the motive is right, and the motive is right here, to shock you out of your Bible dupedom. And what is wrong when you really come right down to it? I know it offends some people, and so I certainly avoid it in a public setting, especially when kids are around. But, it is called for on some occasions. But when you think about it, there really is nothing wrong with the use of vulgarity, as it's called. It's just little pussy minds that can't handle reality. Knock it off. How does using a word like that, except for pussified minds, become offensive? How does it? Now, if you talk gory talk, I can understand that. Something that, blood and guts. I don't like gory movies, right? I find that really nasty, offensive, churns my stomach. I don't want to be around that. That's offensive language. And you want to be respectful, with stuff like that. And I am respectful to people who are offended by, four-letter words. But in reality, it's look how they pussified us. Who cares? Who cares? It's a word. It doesn't gross you out. It just shocks you because your mind has been programmed into thinking that that's wrong. Oh, you shouldn't do it. But does it hurt? Does it actually hurt you? It's not grossing you out or upsetting your stomach. You just have been brainwashed into thinking that that word is offensive, and so don't say it in front of me. Why? What does it do? How does it hurt you? It doesn't hurt you. You've just been pussified by this goddamn cult. Most of the people who are offended by the F word are goddamn Christians. Which is why I do go out of my way to use that when they're obnoxious. If they're decent and respectable Christians, and they're, again, you can count them with the fingers of one hand, they're rare, I certainly would respect that. But the asshole ones, the obnoxious finger-pointing ones, I go out of my way to swear in front of them. Whatever it takes to offend them, I enjoy it. I love offending them. They're so filled with hatred, guys. All their talk of love is bullshit. They are some of the most hateful, despicable, wretched people I've ever run into. Anyways. So, yeah, no matter what angle you look at it, the whole biblical teaching on how sin entered the world is an insult to human intelligence. That's how this world got in the mess that it's in. When you think of murders and rapes and marriages breaking up and suicides and on and on and on, right? It all resulted from the picking of an apple. Yahweh unleashed a curse on this world, bringing death, misery, and suffering. He did it. That's what the Bible teaches, goddammit. It wasn't even the devil. You can't blame him for that. It was Yahweh himself. Of course, I'll argue Yahweh is the devil, but you know what I'm saying, right? The devil is supposed to be the enemy of Yahweh and the source of all evil. The devil didn't curse the earth so that death and misery and suffering came about. Yahweh did it. Yahweh did it. And why? Because I told you not to eat that fruit, damn it! But you did it anyway. Now you're gonna suffer. You and all of your children and your children's children and their children for generation after generation after generation. Oh, hell, I'm gonna curse the animals and the plants. Everything's gonna die and suffer. I didn't do that up in heaven when sin first entered through Lucifer, but I'm gonna do it to you down on earth. What a sick son of a bitch. And you worship that thing, Bible dupes. And you actually have been so completely brainwashed that you've been led to believe that that thing is the source of all goodness. Wow. Wow. You are gone, man. You are brain frickin' dead. It's kind of like someone on life support, right? The heart's still pumping. The blood's still flowing. But no one's home. No one's home. You don't even so much as blink your eyes. I can go right up to your eyes and flick my finger like I'm going to poke you in the eye. You won't even flinch. You have a brain. Blood's still flowing through it. All the hardware is there, but it doesn't function anymore. It doesn't even regulate the heartbeat. The machine is needed for that. That's you, Bible dupes. The lights are on, but nobody's home. This is what this bullshit book of propaganda has done to you. You have the hardware and should have the ability to think critically, but it's gone. like blindfolding a baby for its first year or two. You have no more eyesight. You're blind, irreversibly blind. The brain shut off the visual cortex for good. And that's you, Bible dupes. You've reached a point where you're beyond hope. Nobody could fix you. You couldn't even fix yourself. The part of the brain that handles logical thinking got shut off because you allowed this book to deceive you into thinking that you needed to shut it off. No critical analysis required here. Why, this is the Word of God. And that's why you defend all of Yahweh's mass-murdering psychopathic rampages, where either he directly did the killing or he had his Chosenites kill for him, including young suckling infants. That's why you can defend that and say that that command came from an all-loving entity. No, it didn't. But you're so brain dead, you shut off that part of the brain that handles logical, critical thinking, and that's how you're led to believe bullshit like that. There's no hope for you. You're gone. Absolutely gone. I shouldn't say no hope for any Bible dupe. I mean, I came out of it. There are exceptions, but holy Jesus Christ, they are 1 in a million, guys. It is extremely rare. One subscriber was just telling me in an email that he's working on a friend of his who's a Bible believer, and he wanted me to send him some notes, for one of the videos I did. All the power to you. I would encourage you to do that. Any of you out there, right? Always seek to try to free the Bible-duped mind from their Bible-dupedom. And there's always a glimmer of hope, but at the same time, prepare yourself. Hope for the best, but expect the worst, because most of the time, that's all you're going to get from these people. Still try, and, maybe not once. Try many times, especially if it's someone, really close to you. You want to keep trying, but don't be obnoxious about it either, though, so it's going to create a wedge between you and that person. Don't do it if they're, on their deathbed or, if they're in their senior years and frail. My God, just leave it alone. But if they're young, vibrant, healthy, do try to set them free from it so they can enjoy the rest of their lives without being enslaved by the bullshit. But at the same time, though, prepare yourselves, because most of the time with most people, it's not going to go anywhere. I used to naively believe years ago that, when you had all your ducks in line and had all your documentation together, you could change anyone's mind and pull them away from a lie when you've got the truth on your side. No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way, unfortunately. With most people, most of the time, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't matter how much evidence you have to prove to them that what they're believing is wrong. It doesn't matter. And it's that way with everything, right? Not just religion, politics, you name it. Having all the evidence in the world doesn't make a goddamn bit of difference with most people most of the time, but especially with religion, right? That's the hardest thing to extricate someone from. Anyway, point number 3. Faith without evidence is a cruel hoax. There's absolutely no evidence of the existence of an all-loving and all-knowing and all-powerful God. There isn't. There's none. For those of you that believe that there's something out there, okay, fine, whatever. But I hope you know that if there is something, it's not all-loving and all-powerful at the same time. It can't be. It's either all-powerful and thus not all-loving, or it's all-loving but not all-powerful. Because no entity that has all love and all power is going to sit back on its ass and do nothing as this world goes down the frickin' toilet bowl, right? It's just not possible. So you can forget, just on the basis of arguments of logic, no truly all-loving and all-powerful entity could ever exist with this world the way it is. No way. To have gone on like this for countless millennia, with rapes and murders and thieveries and, all kinds of heinous crimes going on. For such an entity to just be sitting there watching all of this play out and doing nothing about it, that entity is not all loving if it's all powerful. Or if it's all loving, then it's not all-powerful. That's it. If there's something out there, it is not able, and actually gives a shit about us, it's not able to intervene, so give it up. Which brings me to another point. Why do Bible dupes pray? You can pray till the cows come home, and they do all the time. And does it make a damn bit of difference? Sure, like winning the lottery, inevitably, someone's going to pray for something that's going to happen. But 99% of the people who pray, 99% of the time, nothing is ever going to happen. But they get all enamored when something good goes right? Inevitably, somebody in any given church on any given Sunday morning is going to have something go good for them. And so they're going to get up and give their testimony. Oh, God bless me this week. You know, I was able to afford toilet paper to wipe my ass or whatever, right? But you've got the other 99% of the congregation members who are going through a living hell. They can't pay their bills. One guy's just lost his job. Another one can't make his mortgage payment, so they're going to foreclose on him. His marriage is falling apart. How insulting it is for one member to get up and give a testimony about something stupid. I got a roll of toilet paper to wipe my ass. And yet you got this guy over here losing his house. His marriage is falling apart. He's supposed to get excited for the guy wiping his ass, and yet he can't even keep a roof over his head anymore. It is absolutely disgusting. But this goes on in churches all over the country, all over the world, every week, right? Come up and give your testimony. Usually it's the rich bitches, and what they're really doing is bragging about how cozy and comfy their life is, you know. Oh, we had a great time. The Lord blessed us. He gave us traveling mercies on our trip to the Caribbean last week. We'll show some pictures later. And yet, the bulk of the members in that congregation can't afford a trip to the Caribbean, even for one person, let alone the whole family, right? But God blessed that family, the millionaires, but he can't do shit for the ones over here struggling that are working 60 hours a week, mom and dad, and still can't make ends meet. Any God that would play that kind of game, bless one group and fuck the other, you can kiss my hairy ass, you piece of shit. When I first found out how full of shit the Bible was, I'll tell you, I was in a tailspin. But I was hurt at first, right? It's like finding out your spouse is cheating on you. You're hurt at first, but then later you get fuming mad. And that's how it was with me. First I was hurt. I was devastated. But then as time went on, now I got angry, right? And I remember for the longest time, something went wrong. I'd, flip the bird up at the sky and say, just in case you are real, fuck you, I don't even bother doing that anymore because I know the thing isn't real. But you know what I'm saying, right? I was so disgusted seeing how evil the Bible was and how evil his chosen ones were, frigging up this world. That gave me great consolation for a while anyway, until I got over the real angry stage. I'm still angry. I'll be angry till my dying day at this goddamn religious crap. But, the anger was still fresh, and so it was more heated. And that's what gave me a lot of consolation, as I would curse Mr. Yahweh, just in case you do exist, screw you. Anyway, point number 4. Faith amounts to gullibility and simple-mindedness. Well, I've already pretty much covered that, but let me elaborate a little more. Yeah, faith really means check your brain at the door, right? Faith means don't think, just accept. Blind faith, just accept what you're told. Bible dupes will say, it's not blind faith, we have the Bible. That is blind faith, because the Bible's full of shit. And in order to accept it, you have to ignore mounds and mounds and mounds and mounds and mounds and mounds and mounds of contradictions, inconsistencies, outright frickin' lies, and a whole bunch of immoral filth as well that's in that book. That is blind faith. You have to blindly accept what it says, even though there's no reason to believe anything it says. It requires belief in things that not only can't be perceived with any of the 5 physical senses, but things that are downright ridiculous and ludicrous. That's what belief in the Bible requires.
Don't use your senses. That's trusting in the carnal mind. You just have to accept it because God says so.
Oh, really? And that's why you have so many Bible believers in the world, guys. They've done just that. They haven't checked it out. They'll buy a car only when they're assured that it runs properly, right? They won't buy anything. They'll check what the reviews say, if they're going to buy a book, whatever. They're not just going to blindly buy something until they can look under the hood or open the book and see what the table of contents is and peruse through a little bit, But when it comes to the Bible, they didn't do that. They just accepted, oh, it's God's word. I not only don't need to question it because it's God's word, but if I did, I'd be committing blasphemy. That's what kept me as a Bible believer for so long. I didn't think I needed to question it because it's God's word. And to do so would be to question God. That's blasphemy, right? That is what kept me in check. What made me open to examining it, well, it was twofold. First of all, it was years of hard knocks and finally realizing that all my faith wasn't doing jack shit all for me, but also finding out about elite you pig bastard criminal son of a bitches. I was already seeing that the religion wasn't working for me. And now, finding out about Jews and what they've done to us for thousands of years and recognizing that Jews wrote that book, I wondered, geez, what if I looked at it critically? I've never done that before. I had already been seeing some problems that, people were, and I had run into some myself, but, you always sweep those under the rug as a believer, right? But now I'm revisiting in my mind some of those problems and I'm asking, what if, holy shit, what if this book is not what I thought it was? What if I've been looking at it from the wrong perspective? That's all it took, guys. And that's all it'll take for any Bible dupe. Just look at it critically. That's all you got to do. If the thing was worthy of your belief, it would stand up to critical analysis. How could it hurt to look at it critically? If your God is loving, why would he care if you critically analyzed his book? He would want you to do that
to see that it'll stand up to close scrutiny.
But it doesn't. And deep down inside, Bible dupes, that's really why you don't analyze it critically, because I think deep down inside you all know that there's big problems. You've run into some of them. You've swept them under the rug like I used to do. You know deep down inside it's not so glamorous and glorious. One of the reasons why you reach out to convert people psychologically, perhaps you don't even realize it. It's not just to save souls for Jesus. You're doing it because the more people you can sucker into believing it, the more convincing it looks to you and you feel more comfortable with your belief.
And you can expand your circle of friends now,
since you only like to hang out with fellow believers. What a sick joke, man. Number 5. All superstition is enslaving and degrading. And that's all the Bible is. It's a bunch of ancient Jewish superstitions. Superstitions are bad across the board, but if they're Jewish ones, the elite Jews, guys, who delivered the Bible to us, like all the other filth they've pawned off on us, it was designed to do the things it does. Oh, they know psychology all too well. They created the modern sciences of psychology and psychiatry, as I've pointed out in previous videos. And they've known it for thousands of years. They know how to manipulate. That's the only thing they have ever been good at. And, I'll argue they actually suck at it. Once you see it for what it is, you realize how juvenile their bullshit is. The Bible is completely juvenile. It's so ridiculous. It's so downright goddamn stupid, which is why I say I'm embarrassed to admit that I was a Bible dupe for the first 41 years of my life. I fell for it. I've always been one to critically analyze things, but I didn't critically analyze that. That was the exception, because I was brainwashed into thinking that it didn't need to be critically analyzed because it's God's word, and that to do so would be blasphemy, right? So that's why I never did that. But if you take the initiative to do it, Bible dupes, it will not stand. It will not stand. It's nothing but a collection of superstitions, and the worst of superstitions, because it was written by psychopaths who designed it to brainwash you, to suck you in and getting you to support. And like I said, guys, even the non-Zionist Christians, as they call themselves, they're still Zionists. They just don't realize it. Even though they're opposed to Zionism, they claim. To accept the Zionist playbook, it makes you a Zionist. And even though you're not supporting criminal Zionism outright, right? You might even be appalled by it. Down the line, most of you are going to accept it sooner or later. Especially if what transpires that I believe is going to transpire, where they're going to stage a mass frickin' conversion of Jews to Christianity. Maybe even the government of Israel will declare that Jesus really is the Messiah. You as a Bible dupe, even though you're anti-Zionist, you claim, you're going to fall for that. Most of you will. You're going to think that this is a great movement of God. Wow! Jews are coming to Jesus now. And you won't have any problem with BB Boy mass murdering Palestinians, because now you're going to think, well, this is God's will. It's being done in Jesus' name now. After all, and you will ration out this way. After all, God told Moses to kill all the Philistines and the Amorites and the Hittites, blah, 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 blah. So he must be behind this too. He wants these heathens. Why, they're all a bunch of Muslims anyway. Doesn't matter that they're women and children. And babies are being killed too. That's what God's chosen ones did in the book of Exodus and Leviticus and Numbers and Deuteronomy and 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Chronicles, 1st and 2nd Kings, and on and on and on and on it goes. You will rationalize. Most of you will anyway. Yeah. You'll have no problem. You only object to what BB is doing now, you so-called anti-Zionist Christians, because he's doing so as a secular leader of a secular state. But most of you will accept it if he does it in the name of Jesus. I'm telling you guys, they're going to do this. It's very obvious what they're going to do. I mean, there's been a lot of rabbis who have been coming around now and speaking Jesus talk, right? Yeah, because they know the Christian religion has worked so well for them in the past. That's what they created it for, right? To sucker the goy, and it's going to work for them again. So is Islam, right? On occasion, anyway. Number 6. Oh, but before I do that, so just finishing up number 5. So, yeah, superstition. That's all the Bible is, guys. It's a bunch of false beliefs that completely corrupt your understanding of reality. It's degrading. It's dehumanizing. It's embarrassing, quite frankly, for those that can see the Bible for what it is, to look at you idiots and listen to your line of reasoning, your whole outlook on life, your basis of hope for the future. It's all based on fairy tales, bullshit, and very often toxic fairy tales that have a toxic effect on you and those around you. Knock it off. Anyway, number 6. Again, I kind of dealt with this already, but the idea of, prayer and belief in miracles. Sorry, but there's no sky fairy out there that answers your prayers or that's working miracles. I used to watch debates with the atheist experience, the atheist community in Austin. They are pretty good. Of course, when it comes to politics, oh boy, they're a bunch of shills for the left. But nevertheless, though, their arguments against religion are really good. And one of the expressions that they used a lot on their show was, "You'll never see God heal an amputee." And it's a good point. For all the Christians' claims of miracles, a real miracle would be something that is easily demonstrable, that people can see right before their eyes, especially someone who's been a paraplegic or something, or lost a limb, to have that limb restored, right? That is a genuine miracle. If you could actually see someone grow a leg back, that was known by the entire community to have lost their leg in an accident, 20 years earlier. And now, holy crap, it's not a prosthetic. It's a real flesh and blood leg with blood flowing and all the nerves are functioning. That would be a miracle. You don't see that, though, do you? All the, quote, miracles that Bible dupes claim they have witnessed are things that can easily be explained without involving the so-called supernatural. So sorry, Bible dupes, there are no miracles, and there's no answered prayer, only the illusion of answered prayer, like playing the lottery. Somebody's going to win, and so you could say, God answered my prayer. But all the other ones who lost, their prayers didn't get answered. What kind of a God would even play that game, right? Answered prayer is like the lottery. So your loving God is only going to have one lottery winner this week in church. Next week, there'll be another lottery winner. The following week, there won't be any. Again, especially coming from a God whose book says again and again and again, Jesus himself said numerous times, ask anything in my name and I will do it. Anything. Your great Jesus was a liar, Bible dupes, wasn't he? Of course he was. To make a claim like that, whatsoever you ask, he didn't give any disclaimer statements,
Except under this condition, or unless my daddy is trying to test your faith.
No. He made a guarantee, and he did it numerous times.
Knock and it shall be open. Seek and you shall find.
Bullshit. As a believer years ago, I did that many times. Prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed. I followed the formula in the book of James with a friend of mine that had a brain tumor. We sat around, anointed him with oil, and the Lord didn't raise him up as James promised. He died. Your book is disgusting in many ways, Bible dupes, but especially in this area, where it makes promises, guarantees of answered prayer regarding those who are sick, deathly ill,
that God will raise him up.
James says it. All you got to do is gather the brethren together, anoint him with oil, pray in faith,
and the Lord will raise him up.
He didn't get raised up. And I know of many other people around the world with, who were believers, who were deathly ill. The same thing was done with them. This has been going on for 2,000 years now, since this Christian religion began, when Jesus made those false promises. Billions of people over the centuries have clung to those lying promises, only to be miserably disappointed. And what do Bible dupes do on occasions like this, when they pray and pray and pray and pray and pray, trust and believe, and they get kicked in the teeth?
Well, God, in his wisdom, has a better plan. He knows better.
You just make up excuses instead of admitting the obvious. You were lied to. Either the great Jesus lied if he was real, or the writers who invented the character were lying. Either way, those promises are lies. They're not true. You might have something going if 25% of the time, maybe even 10% of the time, you prayed and look at that, holy shit, my prayer did get answered. Look, those other 999 people who had lost a leg and prayed for their leg to be restored, their prayers didn't get answered for whatever reason. But this guy's did. You just saw it. His leg grew back. I would say you had something, even if that were the case, right? But you don't. It hasn't happened once, and it never will. Ever. And yet Christ said to his disciples,
greater things shall you do than I have done.
Really? Well, let's see. Jesus is said to have raised the dead. Do you see any people today raising the dead?
Jesus supposedly walked on the water.
Do you see anybody today walking on the water?
Greater things shall you do than I.
Even the disciples, if you look at the record of what they're supposed to have done in the book of Acts, what did they do that was greater than anything Jesus is said to have done? Not a goddamn thing, right? What a sick joke, man. But you can't do it, can you, Bible dupes? You just can't let go of this book. Because A, you're you know, your brain has shut off the part that handles cognitive reasoning. It's gone. But even if it weren't for that, you still probably wouldn't give it up because you cling to the phony lying promises of
life everlasting. I'm going to be raised from the dead when Jesus returns. I'll be reunited with Grandma.
You just can't let go of that frickin' little safety net of yours, right? What you think is a safety net. And what really burns me up, people would get angry with me over the years.
You're just trying to ruin people's hope.
No, I'm trying to set them free from the clutches of delusionism, from a false hope. That's not hope when it's based on lies from a lying book and a lying God. That isn't hope, baby. That's setting them up for miserable failures. I'm all for, working to make life better and making that our hope. Build a better world, but not to look forward to some fantasy world where,
where the lemonade springs and the bluebird sings on the big rock candy mountain.
Where everything is made of candy and the soda fountain is lemonade. And oh, knock it off, man. Take your little fairy tale book and shove it right up your ass. Anyway, guys, I really went over the hour mark here. I didn't realize. All right, we'll stop there. Definitely this is going to be in at least 2 parts, maybe 3 or 4 the way I'm going. I hope you can understand, though, why I get angry when I talk about this. If you're not angry at this book and it's bullshit, you don't understand it. You don't realize the havoc that it has wreaked and continues to wreak. Maybe you might want to watch the next RNC and look how they're using religion to sucker people to support the next Joseph Stalin. Son of a bitch, man. All right, guys. Thanks for joining me. We'll catch you in part 2. Take care. Okay, everybody. Welcome to part 2 of this discussion. Logical arguments against belief in an all-loving and all-powerful God. In the last video, I tend to ramble, and when I do that, I get off my original train of thought, and I sometimes forget to come back to it, and I think I did that in the last video. So let me just reiterate an important point I wanted to make. Or maybe I made it, but I just didn't emphasize it enough, so let me re-emphasize it. I was talking about, the belief in Christianity, and there's 2 sides of it. One group says, and that's the vast majority of Christians, that you're going to be tortured eternally in burning hell. And then there's a minority group that says,
no, that's a terrible idea, and it's not biblical. The Bible doesn't say that the wicked are going to burn forever. Yahweh's just going to roast their ass on the day of judgment, and then they're going to be over and done with.
Well, that might be just a tad bit more acceptable than endless burning, but it's still pretty monstrous, isn't it? Coming from, again, what's supposed to be the embodiment of love, right? Think about it for a minute. On the one hand, we as humans look out at the evil sons of bitches in this world, both today and for generations on end in the past, that have gotten away with their crimes, right? Mass murder, genocide, waging, staging wars, funding them, profiteering off of them, not caring how many people die and suffer. In fact, the more the merrier as far as they're concerned. You just think of all the horrific crimes that these scoundrels have gotten away with, and how, humanly speaking, yeah, we want to fry their ass, right? I personally would love to twist their little frickin' heads off their scrawny ass necks with my bare hands. But at the same time, if they're supposed to be an all-loving entity overseeing this room and overseeing this world, and certainly Yahweh is not a candidate for that individual. But nevertheless, this is what Bible dupes think, right? They think that Yahweh is all-loving, and yet that's his plan. Think for a minute, as much as you would love, and I would love, to crush these bastards' skull under my feet, those individuals all have fathers, right? Who for the most part, loved them, except Jeffrey Dahmer's father. But you know what I'm saying, right? We can fathom a human father who is maybe disgusted with his son that he finds out is a murderer and says, you know what? You deserve prison for the rest of your life. I'll maybe come to visit you on occasion. I still love you. You're my son, but you have, disgusted me with what you did. It is disgraceful, and you deserve to spend the rest of your life behind bars. I'm totally supportive of that. We could, understand. We might even be able to relate to Jeffrey Dahmer's father saying, I'll pull the chair out from underneath him, hang him, right? We might even be able to relate to that. But when we talk about an entity that's supposed to be, certainly is not, but supposed to be, as far as Bible dupes go, the embodiment of love, how in the world could this God ever want to condemn any human being to any flames, whether they are eternally burning or whether they just burn your ass on Judgment Day and then that's it, that's the end of you for all eternity? How could a loving entity, we can understand a human perhaps, not caring or being so disgusted, kill him, whatever, but a loving entity. But could you even imagine, though, a human father wanting that? Would you want your son, if you found out your son or your daughter was a mass murderer, you'd be disgusted, horrified, maybe not wanting to have anything to do with him or her again, but would you want them to roast over an open fire? You certainly, I hope, would not want them to ceaselessly roast over an open fire without end throughout all of eternity. But would you even want them to roast over an open fire at all, even if it was only going to be for 5 or 10 minutes until they expired? Would you want that for your own kid? Right? You can fathom how that would be, heinous, right? Serve justice by locking them away to make sure they never do that to anyone. Maybe not even want to talk to them again, but to have them roasted in a fire. Is that not absolutely psychopathic? How does that make Mr. Yahweh, who's supposed to be this loving daddy figure, who hates the sin but loves the sinner? How could it be said that he loves the sinner when that's his plan for the sinner? He's either going to roast them once and for all on Judgment Day or roast them throughout all eternity. Either way, he's going to roast them, right? Does that sound like the embodiment of love? It is not. You can twist and contort all you want, Bible dupes. You can crap your little panties and get all upset when people don't agree with your assessment of that psychopath as being a loving God. But at the end of the day, you're still in a very horrible position defending that son of a bitch and making that bogus claim. You're just embarrassing yourself and showing how completely bereft you are in an understanding of what constitutes both love and justice from one that's supposed to be the embodiment of love. That isn't justice. Humanly speaking, in some circumstances, you might say, well, yeah, I can understand why that father condemned his son and pulled the chair out from under him. But from an all-loving entity, the embodiment of love, no, that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable at all, especially when the son of a bitch not only could snap his fingers and say, okay, you're done. That's the end of your life. Bang! At the end of Judgment Day, right? When they're found guilty, he can just clap his hand and bang, they're dead. I have to do this so that the universe can live in eternal peace and love and happiness and blah, blah, blah. People like you are going to just wreck it. But to burn them, to throw them into a fire, no. Don't forget, the Bible actually depicts Yahweh as talking to the wicked, saying, I will laugh when your calamity comes. He's going to enjoy their calamity. He was speaking on earthly terms, right? When the wicked will get their just desserts, supposedly. They never really do, though, do they? But you can apply that to Judgment Day, too, right? When the wicked face their calamity of being cast into the fire, Yahweh is going to laugh at that, too, right? That's his attitude. That's his mentality. You call that love, Bible dupes? You don't know what love is. You call that becoming of one who claims to be the author of morality, you don't know what morality is. You'd better never say in my presence that I don't have any basis for judging what is moral and not moral without the Bible. I've used the Bible to demonstrate that the Bible is not moral, nor is your God, and nor are you if you believe in it. You're not. You haven't the slightest idea what morality is, because if you did, you wouldn't believe in the Bible, but would in fact be repulsed by it.
Kill everything that breathes, including young suckling infants.
Young suckling infants. Killing infants is not justifiable under any circumstance. Any circumstance. And yet there's Yahweh commanding on almost every page of that goddamnably detestable book to kill young suckling infants. He also engaged in feticide, if you will, right? He ordered ripping up the women who are pregnant, ripping up their wombs. Oh yes, numerous times. Yahweh was a mass abortionist, and yet you dumbass Bible dupes think that that God is on your side with your protest against abortion. Unbelievable. Goddamn stupid asses, man. You don't know what morality is. You never have, and as long as you follow that book, you never will. It has perverted and corrupted your understanding of morality, such that to you, morality isn't doing what is right regardless what you're told. It's doing what you're told regardless what is right. That's the Yahwehyan version of morality.
I said so, and that makes it right.
Bullshit! Bullshit, Bible dupes. I'm calling you on your bullshit, and you know damn well I'm right and your book is wrong. So you got a choice. You can continue to play make-believe and live in your little fantasy world and keep pointing your condemning fingers and acting like you're standing on the moral high ground, making a complete ass of yourselves, or you can finally admit you've been wrong and part ways with that piece of shit book before it finishes the job of completely ruining you. Anyways, all right, enough of that. So I hope I made the point that I don't think I emphasized enough in the last video. Yahweh is a miserable, evil son of a bitch, well, at every conceivable level. But when we talk about the eternal fate of the wicked, right, he's evil regardless which school of thought any given Christian subscribes to. There's either the eternal torment where the flames burn you forever, which isn't even in the Bible, or what the Bible actually says, that you're going to be burned on Judgment Day if you're wicked, and that's going to be the end of you forever. You're not going to burn on and on forever, but the fire will, kill you and you will be dead forever. Either way, Yahweh is an evil son of a bitch, isn't he? That's not love. He's supposed to love all his earthly children. No father, unless he's a psychopath himself, no father would ever, even if he's so disgusted with something his son or daughter did that was absolutely heinous, no father would ever take the initiative to have his son or daughter burned alive. No earthly father in his right mind, endowed with scruples and decency and genuine love, would ever want that for his son or daughter, no matter what they did wrong, right? And yet, Yahweh, the embodiment of love, the author of love and mercy and justice, blah, 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 is going to do that one day, according to the not-so-holy book? And you endorse that? You accept that, Bible dupes? Again, you don't know what love is. You don't know what morality is. And you don't know what justice is. I feel bad for anyone who ever has any of you serving on their jury. They're fucking screwed with people like you on the case. I can't stress it enough, guys. Christians, for the most part, absolutely suck dangling donkey balls. They're goddamn hateful, evil sons of bitches. They are just as bad, and in some cases worse, than the elite Jew prick bastards that wrote that book called the Bible in the first place. The Jews have so thoroughly reproduced their character in the whopping bulk of Christians that they are just as, if not more evil than themselves. They also take after them in other ways. They have that little crybaby persecution complex going on, right? They're always thinking, they're after us because we're Christian. Anybody who's after you is because you're obnoxious assholes that point condemning fingers all day at everybody else and says they're going to hell while you claim you're going to heaven, claiming falsely that you have the moral high ground. Bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. That's why people can't stand you. That's why they persecute you. You frickin' beg for it, stupid asses. Anyways, enough of that. Let's get back to our notes here. Point number 7. Bible belief provides no adequate or fair answer for the sufferings of animals. Why have animals been made to suffer, according to the biblical explanation of why there's misery and suffering in the world, right? Shouldn't it only have affected mankind? Technically, it should not have affected all of mankind, right? It should have just been Adam and Eve. They're the ones that ate the fruit. And yet every generation since then, according to the Bible's narrative, has been made to suffer, and most miserably so, and ultimately die. Life sucks, and then you die, right? We've had to live a sucky life for the most part. It is sucky. Life is a giant frickin' sandwich with a thin slice of tasty meat in the middle with 2 big thick slices of shit bread, right? It is. Even if you live the best life that this world can offer, it's still a shithole to live in, right? This world, we're surrounded. Even if you have a cozy little lifestyle, riding on the coattails of daddy, so you never had to go out and work or go to school or scratch and scrape to earn a living, this life is still a bitch, right? There's always stuff that goes wrong. It's a miserable existence. And so every human being that's ever walked the face of this earth has had misery and suffering, been surrounded by it. Even if you personally lived a cozy, cushy life and somehow escaped misery and suffering, you have seen those around you that you cared about and watched them go through misery and suffering, and it's adversely affected you, right? Everyone has cried, everyone's gotten angry, everyone's gotten burned at some point in their life. And yet none of us alive today, nor any of us for thousands of years, until, you go back to the Garden of Eden, will pretend that story's real, okay, for the sake of Bible dupes. According to your frickin' phony-ass narrative, your outlook on life, all of this began at the hand of only 2 people that set all of this in motion, Adam and Eve. They're the ones that pissed off Yahweh because they did that most horrible thing and ate a piece of fruit, and now we're all made to suffer for it. Look at the Bible's explanation for the misery and sufferings in this world. It's bullshit extraordinaire, baby. That story is a sick joke. Let me tell you, if it is true, I'll humor you again. We'll pretend that Yahweh is real, the Bible is true, as far as a great deal of it obviously isn't true. And neither is the Adam and Eve story, but you can't prove it isn't true. We can't go back to that time to see it didn't happen. We can only say that there's no reason to believe it's true, right? You can't say with absolute certainty it isn't true. I know it isn't true, but, I can't prove it, right? I can just show you that the rest of the book is so completely full of shit, there's no reason to believe that this is true either. Anyways, you get my point. But let's humor the Bible dupes. We'll say that story is true. Okay, great, it's true, fine. Why are you worshiping that son of a bitch? He set the whole thing up. He set them up for failure. He knew they were going to fail. And then when they failed, what did he do? The son of a bitch cursed the entire world so that now, not only every subsequent generation of human beings have suffered and died, miserable lives they've lived, right? But animals too? Animals too.
Bible dupes will say, well, yeah, animals didn't eat that fruit, and neither did any of their succeeding generations. In fact, they had nothing to do with Adam and Eve's sin. But God cursed the whole world, and so everyone was made to suffer and die.
That's the whole point. He cursed the whole world and made everyone and every animal to suffer and die. Why? Why? And why didn't that son of a bitch do the same thing when the first fall took place in heaven, right? At the hand of
Lucifer deceiving the fallen angels.
Sin was introduced first in heaven, and yet heaven wasn't cursed with death, misery, and suffering. Do you see the problem, dumbass Bible dupes? All the while, you're trying to make up excuses and explain why animals are suffering and dying, and yet that didn't happen up in heaven. That's a big, big in-your-face problem, isn't it? You bet your ass it is. Your God's a psycho son of a bitch, a hypocritical bastard. An unjust, unloving, unfair, tyrannical prick is what he is. Animals, though, guys. Oh, but it's not just that animals were made to suffer and die when they had nothing to do with Adam and Eve's fall
by eating the forbidden fruit.
But we have Yahweh on numerous occasions, all throughout the Old Testament, telling his chosenites to not only kill men, women, and children in the cities they raided, but to kill the animals as well. So what does that tell us? Biblically speaking, Yahweh thinks animals are evil and sinners too. They need to be burned. Remember, in the last series I talked about Bible death sentences, right? And if an ox gored a person, the ox was to be stoned, or even worse, if a person engaged in sexual relations with an animal, right? Bestiality. The animal was to be stoned too. Wow. That's like the rape victim, right?
Stone the rape victim because she didn't cry out.
Doesn't matter that she was, gagged or whatever.
Nope, she didn't cry out, so she must have enjoyed it. Stone her too.
But animals. Stone an animal that was literally raped by a human and forced into sexual relations. The animal didn't make that choice. The animal had no choice. The human forced himself on the animal, but the animal is to be stoned too. Do you see how your God is a sick, twisted fuck? Absolutely, that thing is. It isn't real. But since Bible dupes want to pretend it's real, okay, fine, it's real. But it's fucking evil. What are you doing? Licking its ass. It is a monster. It is the devil itself. Like I said, guys, many times over on this channel, there are far more evil things attributed to Yahweh in the Bible than what is attributed to the devil himself, right? You got Yahweh on almost every page of the goddamn thing, commanding mass killings constantly. We're told that he sends out lying spirits. Biblically speaking, that would be demons, right? So Yahweh is the chief of demons, isn't he? There's the famous story of David taking a census when Yahweh told him not to do it, right? But then later, we're told that Yahweh actually inspired David to do it. Yahweh made him take the census, which, of course, is a major contradiction, right? The very one who told him not to take a census, now later it tells him to do it. But then there's another passage parallel to that where it says that Satan moved upon David for him to take the census. I don't think that's a contradiction at all. I think when it says Yahweh told him to take the census, and when it says Satan told him to take the census, that's probably one of the few occasions where the Bible is accurate and isn't contradicting itself, because Yahweh is Satan. Anyway, I've proven that many times over in previous videos. I got a whole series with that title, in fact. Yahweh is Satan. If you haven't heard that, go check it out. There's no question about it. Absolutely proven. Right from the pages of the Bible itself, everything attributed to Satan is found in the record of Yahweh, in the pages of the Not-So-Holy Book. Everything evil about Satan is found in Yahweh's little story, love story there in the Bible. He's an evil son of a bitch. Everything he's ever said, everything he's ever done has been absolute vulgarity, right? He's a raging goddamn psychopath. I don't even have to get into that. Anyway, this discussion is supposed to be logical arguments, not even necessarily involving the Bible. But it's inevitable that some occurrences in the Bible have to be brought up to show how completely illogical they actually are. And so the idea, once again, of animals being made to suffer for the results of sins of human beings is deplorable, abominable. There's no justifying it. There's no excuse you could ever make up. The Bible doesn't even offer one. It simply says, God cursed the earth. And so, yes, under the curse came animals suffering and dying too. What the hell kind of a psychopathic son of a bitch would ever do that? And yet you claim, again, Bible dupes, that Yahweh is all-knowing, all-loving, all-just, all-merciful. He's none of those things. But anyway, let me just reiterate. The Garden of Eden story, where Yahweh puts the tree in the midst of the garden, is nothing short of entrapment. We hear about police departments doing this, right? And it sickens us. This is horrible. This needs to be stopped. It's outrageous. It's illegal. It's, And yet, that's the whole Garden of Eden story, right? The story of the fall. Yahweh put the fucking tree there. He put it there. Set them up, knowing ahead of time that they were going to eat from it. Holy shit, man. Bible dupes. Oh, you couldn't get your head any further up your ass to buy into slop like this. It is sickening and repulsive. And again, you dare claim, you arrogant sons of bitch and bastards, you dare claim that you have the moral high ground with shit like that in your book and your shit God? Go to hell. Go straight to hell. You like to point fingers and say everyone else is going to hell that doesn't agree with you. You're already in hell, and misery loves company, so you want to suck as many down to hell with you as you can. Well, you had me for a while, but you'll never get me again. I now see it for what it is, and I live to expose that unholy piece of shit trash literature called the Bible that you make love to on a daily basis. It's garbage. And if you continue to cling to it, knowing now how evil it is, having heard this discussion, you're a piece of shit too. Point number 8 is that Bible belief is nothing but a feeble exercise in wishful thinking that causes the believer to bend, twist, and contort reality to fit into their very narrow, preconceived mold of how everything works.
Everything is black and white. It fits into the good category labeled Yahweh or the bad category labeled the devil.
No, it doesn't. There are a lot of things in life that are in the gray. They're neither good nor bad. And when they're on the gray or on the fence, you can hopefully pull that person over to the good side, but it's neither. There are issues that are neither good nor bad, right? Homosexuality is one of them. You evil son of a bitches want to label everyone who, from the time they were very young, were attracted to the same sex. They didn't make that choice for whatever reason. Sometimes it's abuse. Sometimes it's just hanging out with the wrong crowd or whatever, right? But nevertheless, from the time they were very young, they were, attracted to the same sex. They didn't make that choice. That doesn't make them evil or good. It's neutral, right? It can become evil again. So can heterosexual sexuality too. If you're doing it on a park bench in front of everybody, that's it's immoral. It's rude. Yes, especially if there's kids around. Of course, that's evil. But in the privacy of your own home, how is that evil? Two consensual adults, if they're of the same sex, that are attracted to each other, there's nothing evil about it. But you dumbass Bible pieces of shit have made it into something evil because your Not So Holy Book says it is. And yet all the while, your Not So Holy Book is loaded with homosexuality, isn't it? Oh, it absolutely is. Even your great Jesus was alone in the garden, and one of his disciples was naked, it says. He ran away naked. They were alone together in the garden. Yeah. Jesus, who liked to wash his disciples' feet, who liked to have something, it was the Apostle John, nobody knows, it doesn't name him, but it keeps referring to the apostle whom Jesus loved. He supposedly loved all his disciples. He supposedly loved them all, But yet there was one that he had a special love for, who reclined on his breast. There was such a close relationship between them that Peter was afraid to ask Jesus a question at one point.
Who's going to betray you, Lord?
So he asked the disciple whom Jesus loved to ask Jesus. He figured,
oh, Jesus won't get mad at him. Jesus loves him more than us. There's a special relationship between them. He's got a special inside information with Jesus, a special report that he has with him, So can you ask him for us? He might get mad at us, but he won't get mad at you. We know you guys have a very special
relationship. The Bible's loaded. Look at David and Jonathan I talked about recently. I also talked about it in more detail in the past, along with a whole lot of other homosexual relationships in the Bible. Something that the Bible's supposed to be against, and yet there it is endorsing it. Kind of like how you delusionist Bible dupes think that the Bible's against abortion, and yet Yahweh prescribed abortion on many occasions. Commanded ripping up the pregnant women's stomachs, right? When they would go into a particular city. Unfarking believable. You guys are so incredibly delusional. You're dangerous. You're very dangerous. Because of your complete lack of understanding of what constitutes real love, real morality, real compassion. I don't want you people around me. I don't trust you. I don't like you. I don't like your standards. They're as Jewish as they can get. Your religion is toxic. It has unleashed so many vile evils on the world down through the centuries. And don't say,
well, that was the Catholic Church with the Inquisition and the Crusades.
Oh, your Protestant churches, when given the chance, have done many times over the exact same farking thing. So shove it up your ass. Your religion has been a curse to mankind, not a blessing. Anyway, coming back to this point 8 I was making, how in Bible dupe world, everything that goes on in that person's life and in the lives of those around them, whether they're believers or not, everything falls under the banner of either
God's will or the devil's will,
right? They think they can fit everything into their nice little frickin' Pandora's box there, and it is a Pandora's box. And so, things get labeled as evil, not because they actually are evil, but because Yahweh says so. The king of evil, right? The king shit of evil thinks that he can declare something evil. Oh, right. He can violate his own law and does on every page of the Bible, right? Thou shalt not kill. There he is killing and commanding killing. Thou shalt not bear false witness, and yet there he is bearing false witness himself. Yahweh lies numerous times. So did Junior, right? Junior boy Jesus, as we saw in the last video, on numerous occasions, for example, said, whatever you ask in my name, I will do it. I will give it to you, whatsoever you ask. Holy shit, man. That's not a lie? Really? Again, you not only don't know what morality and love is, you don't even know what a lie is, you stupid asses. That is a lie. Oh, yeah. He made a guarantee. A guarantee. Whatever you ask, I will do it. No disclaimer statements at all there. Nothing to indicate,
well, there's some exceptions.
No. He said, whatever you ask, I will do it. James guaranteed. Call the brethren if someone is sick among you. Gather around him and anoint him with oil. Pray over him, and the Lord will raise up the sick. Bullshit. It's a lie, too, isn't it? Your holy book is filled with frickin' lies. But because you can't handle that, you have to make up bullshit and try to explain away the obvious. Again, you just embarrass yourself and show what a colossal stupid ass you actually are. You have to be stupid to play that kind of game. Everybody else can see it but you and your fellow fantasy world livers. You guys are disgusting. You really are. Take your book and shove it up your ass. If we ever get control of this world back, it's not just the Jews we're coming after. We're coming after you bastards. You better give up your bullshit because we've had it. We want a world of sanity. We want to work, and I'm not talking about the decent Christians. We're not going after you, but you obnoxious, finger-pointing, judgmental. We're going to try, though, to educate the decent ones. But you Jewish cheerleading Christians who have adopted their same attitude, their same disposition, their same character, you're one with them. And I'm not just talking the ones that openly praise the Zionist government of Israel. No, I'm talking about the whopping bulk of the rest of you who are hateful, judgmental, hypocritical sons of bitches. You're part of the problem. You need to be dealt with too. As long as your mentality is around, we still have the Jewish problem. Even if we were to snap our fingers and there were no more Jews on this planet who are pushing for the New World Order and domination of the Goyim, you people are part of the problem. You have adopted their philosophy, and you are, just like Paul said, children of Abraham. You're just like them. You're just like that goddamn tribe. And so are you Muslims, too, for the same reason. Your goddamn so-called holy book, which says, by the way, let me remind you, that God gave Israel to the Jewish people. You're part of the problem, too. Your religion was spawned from that same shit book. It's just as full of shit as the Bible itself, endorsing, embracing, snuffing out the lives of the heretics. Away with it, the whole goddamn shitty kit and caboodle. What a frickin' mess, man. Look how much humanity has been cursed, guys, with that goddamn religion called Judaism and its daughters, Christianity and Islam. My frickin' God, man. And it's still going on. But coming back to what I mentioned under point number 8, how, Bible belief completely distorts a believer's reality, right? I've used this example before. Let me use it again now really quick. Bible believers always have to interpret everything that happens, right? Either in the light of it's God or it's the devil, right? Everything is either, on one extreme or the other. It's either good and thus from God, or bad or thus from the devil. So take a Bible dupe who goes on a game show and wins a lot of money. He comes back now and he's convinced that God blessed him. Wow, he's got some extra money now. And he goes to church that week and he gives that testimony. Yes, God blessed me. I was on this game show and I won a lot of money, and I was praying to God to bring some money so I can pay my bills I've fallen behind on, or whatever, right? And so one minute he's convinced that God sent him that money as a blessing to pay off his bills. But then someone in the church comes over later and says, oh, brother, no, I have to warn you. No, this is of the devil. God didn't give you that money. The devil did. He wants you to depend on money and think that money brings happiness. And by you thinking it's from God, you're going to be deceived. You're going to take comfort in worldly things. And, now all of a sudden he scratches his head and says, oh, you're right. I think this is from the devil. Do you see how your whole worldview gets completely distorted when you go through life that way? It's a fantasy world. There's no truth to any of it. It has nothing to do with a good God or a bad God. It's bullshit. You happen to have won some money. Do something good with it. Pay your bills, and if you have some money left over, do something for someone who's in need. That's great. I'm all for it. But not because you want to gain entrance into heaven and appease the great sky fairy Yahweh. A lot of Christians do that because they're trying to win brownie points. That's so fucking disgusting. Knock it off. Most of them, that is why it's like a guy who donates money to charity just so we can get a frickin' write-off on his taxes. They got a twisted, hidden motive. They don't do, for the most part anyway. Christians don't do good deeds out of the goodness of their heart because they want to benefit somebody else, right? And it makes them feel good if that other person feels good. Some do, yes. But not all of them, guys. A good many of them, they're doing it just for brownie points. That's it. Or to impress others, to convince them that they're truly saved and they got Jesus in their heart. They do it for self-glorification reasons, not unselfish reasons. Totally selfish reasons. Most Christians, most of the time, they don't even understand what genuine compassion is for others, how could they express it, right? Their whole worldview is so completely twisted by that book, they have to interpret everything. But ultimately, in the end, even when they're claiming that, well, this particular thing was from the devil. Yes, I got that money not because God blessed me. I won on the game show because the devil was trying to trick me. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, they believe that everything is God's will. And that's, again, what's so mind-blowing. My house burnt down, but praise the Lord, I'm going to stand my ground and keep my faith strong anyway and still continue to praise the Lord. He's got a plan. He's got a reason for this. I said that when I got fired, right? And you know, I believe that as a minister, you know, student pastor, when I got fired, at first I thought, you know, somehow God was going to intervene and I was still going to be able to keep my job. And, no, actually got fired. And I thought, oh yeah, well, this system is just as corrupt as I suspected, but God's going to reward me. Something's going to happen. And so I picked up another major and I thought, well, I'll teach. But then I began to realize, oh, son of a bitch, they've got education completely sabotaged too. I can't teach what I want, how I want. I got to operate within a narrow framework. And then shortly after that, after I graduated, now I realize I got my student loan bills coming in. I can't, you know, afford it because I took a crap job that had nothing to do with any of my majors. I couldn't get into the ministry. I couldn't teach, right? I was so fed up and disgusted with the education system. And I'm thinking, well, God's going to intervene because I stood up for what was right. I didn't go along with the pressure they were putting on me to accept the Trinity bullshit, you know, blah, blah, blah. No, my life continued to spiral down even more. My eyesight got worse. I couldn't drive anymore. My ex left me. You know, my whole life turned upside down, guys. I just spiraled further and further and further down. Did the great Sky Fairy reward me for standing up for what was true? No, I got shit kicked in my face constantly. All of the so-called friends that I thought I had abandoned me, right, in the goddamn church. The very ones who used to shake my hand. Oh, Brother Charles, you did a good job this week. You blessed me with that sermon, blah, 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 blah. The people who used to call me up crying over the phone because they were distraught that, you know, this was going wrong and that was going wrong. Where is God? I keep crying out. I keep making the same mistakes. I keep committing the same sins over and over again. You know, I ask God for forgiveness and for help to overcome, and yet I find myself continually stumbling. These people would come to me and I would, you know, share some passages with them that made them feel good, and I'd remind them of just trusting and having faith, you know. Some of them, for years on end, almost every week, at least one day, some of them would call me. These very people all turned their back on me and dumped me like a fucking hot potato, guys. Do you have any idea what it's like to go through an experience like that? It sucked. I lost everything. My marriage, my job, my friends, you know, my church family that I thought was there for me. Everything went to hell. I lost my fucking eyesight, to the point where I couldn't drive anymore. Lost my independence, right? Oh, but God was just testing me, wasn't he? Fucking bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Testing me my ass. But all during that, guys, I remained a believer. I gave up an organized religion, but I still remained a Bible believer for 11 years after all that horse shit. And, you know, things just got worse after that, right? Everything I tried in life, I'm not crybabying, I'm just telling you, this claim, you can have all the fucking faith you want. You can claim, you know, that God is there and he's going to help me. And no. I'm personal proof of what bullshit that is. I remained a believer.
Remain steadfast in the faith.
I would still read my Bible and trust and pray and believing that some plan was in the works. God was eventually going to come through for me. It never happened. So let me tell you, that's one of the things that really opened my eyes to the possibility that maybe this book actually is full of shit. And then, of course, finding out about the Jews all through history and the shit they've pulled. The two of them together finally opened my eyes and forced me to do something I was never willing to do before. Forced me to look at the damn thing critically. And then it was over. Game over. I saw it all now, finally, for what it was, and couldn't believe I didn't see it before. But I didn't see it before because, again, I never looked at it critically. I never thought there was a need to, and I was also afraid to do it anyway, right?
You can't question God.
Oh, you have to question. When you base your whole life around something, shame on you if you don't question it, critically analyze it before you give your whole life over to it. But that's what Bible dupes do. They revamp their thinking, their entire worldview. They completely change it to fit the narrative of the Bible, never examining to see if it was even worthy of doing that in the first place. Shame on me for never having done that. But then again, it's not like I was confronted with it at the age of consent and made a decision. I grew up in it, And so, yeah, I just always accepted it because it was ingrained in me from the time I was a kid. In some ways, I am grateful for that, the upbringing that I had. And my mother did it all for the right reasons, But nevertheless, though, as time went on and we started getting involved in church, that's where the problem really began now. All the phony-ass hypocrites, the finger pointers, the fake ministers who were just in it for the money and kick you around like a piece of shit. Oh, boy, I had some really, really son of a bitch experiences. But I am grateful for them, with hindsight. Not at the time. Oh, no. But looking back, I am grateful because I can see firsthand now, and I can tell people firsthand what bullshit it is, not just from my research, but from my own life experience, that the Christian religion is a goddamnable lie, guys. From the word go, it's always been. There isn't any hint of truth to it. I've seen how it not only has not brought peace to any of the people I've ever dealt with, it made them more miserable than they ever would have been without it. But anyway, I can happily say that in spite of all the bullshit that I went through, all the crap that was dealt out to me in life, I rose above it all, folks. I did it myself, without the help of some little sky fairy. You don't need a frickin' crutch to lean on, especially a splintered one, cracked up and down, ready to collapse on you at any minute. You don't need that to stand on your own 2 feet. Now I'm getting philosophical here. I didn't intend to do that. But I'm living proof. You can rise above it all the shit flingers throwing their frickin' darts at you on a daily basis. You can rise above it all. They don't have to take you down. And you don't need some sky fairy to pull you through it. You can do it on your own. I did it. I emerged victorious through all of it, and I can look back and piss in the face of all those phony son of a bitches who called them godly people, called themselves holy, just, and righteous, following their holy, just, and righteous God. I can piss and shit right in their face because that's what they're worthy of, every last goddamn one of them. They were absolute scoundrels. Some of them would say, oh, you guys are our best friends forever. They would tell me and my ex, best friends forever. What a bunch of bullshit. The moment I got fired, guys, even though they admitted that I was right, they agreed with me. They read my paper on the Trinity. They could see that the church was lying. But once I got fired, they dropped me like a goddamn frickin'. I just couldn't believe it. I was beside myself. These people that were so loving to us, opened their house to us all the time. We opened our house to them too, We would go on vacations together, day trips all the time, blah, 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 blah. Always together with them. Dropped me like a hot potato when they saw that their beloved leaders no longer wanted me in their fold, right? I was blacklisted. And now, even though they said they agreed with my findings and they could see the church was corrupt, they admitted it. They still went with that corrupt church because they didn't want to give up their social club. Were they friends? Were they ever friends? No. It was a bitter pill at the time to swallow, right? Because I certainly thought they were my friends, and now I lost them because of this. But looking back, I didn't lose a damn thing. They were not my friends to begin with. So what did I lose? Nothing. I got rid of some assholes in my life that I just didn't realize were assholes yet. Took me some time to finally figure that out. If you have to depend on your friends agreeing with your little bullshit fantasies for them to be your friends, you're not a friend. You're a phony son of a bitch is what you are. Anyway, we come to point number 9, that the Bible brainwashes people into thinking that they can't handle life without their little sky fairy. Again, bullshit. I'm living proof of that, and there have been many others too that have come away from that book and realized I didn't need anything. I have it within myself. You do. The Bible actually teaches, and Bible dupes teach, that that's arrogant to say that.
You cannot stand on your own without Yahweh. You need Yahweh.
No, you don't. That's the whole message behind the 12-step program of AA, right?
Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. Once a loser, always a loser. Once a sinner, always a sinner. And we're all born losers. We're all born sinners. Our only hope is Jesus.
Bullshit. Amongst other things, this goddamn detestable religion called Christianity, based on the detestable religion Judaism, like Islam, teaches the very opposite of reality, guys. You don't need some fictitious sky fairy. You can stand on your own 2 feet. In fact, that's the only solid foundation you can stand on. You can't depend on others. You have to depend on yourself. You might have others in your life that can help you along, and that's great. Just make sure they're not Bible dupes, because they're not really there to support you. But, you know, you can. It's great if you have others that can help you along. But ultimately, if you're going to succeed in life, you have to stand first on your own 2 feet. Others can't even help you if you're totally depending on them. You've got to take initiative. Again, I'm getting philosophical here, but do you see how the Bible sets you up for failure? And all of these other spin-offs of the Bible, they reinforce it.
You can't do it. You're an alcoholic.
No, you're not. If you've turned away from it, you've been clean for 6 months or a year, you're not an alcoholic anymore. Yes, you can get back into it, but that doesn't make you an alcoholic for the time that you've gotten off of it. You have overcome it, and you can stay in that overcome mode as long as you don't let people convince you that,
oh, I guess I am an alcoholic. I can't resist, so I'm going to hit the bottle again.
A lot of people have done that. They're convinced when they find religion that, they're weak, they can't stand on their own 2 feet, and so that psychologically gets them to think that, well, I guess it's just a matter of time. I'm going to give in. I might as well give in now. Do you see the point? It sets you up for failure, guys, because it convinces you that you can't do anything of your own self. The Bible echoes that bullshit over and over again.
I can of mine own self do nothing, Paul says. The good that I want to do, I can't do. The things I don't want to do, that's what I wind up doing.
Yes, humanly, that does happen on occasion. But Paul is making it out like that's the norm, and that's all we have a choice in. We can't do anything else but that. We can only do what's wrong, and we can't do what's right. Jesus says, out of the heart proceeds adultery, fornication, murder, lust, blah, 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 blah. That's the Bible's teaching. You're evil. You're useless. You're good for nothing. You're a piece of shit for Yahweh to wipe his feet all over. And that you can never become something unless you turn to that piece of shit in the sky and lean on him. And in doing that, you are set up for failure. You're guaranteed failure. Look how the Bible teaches Bible dupes, and most of them, yeah, they fall right in line with this, that
because everything is part of God's plan, even the emerging New World Order and the tyranny that's turning its ugly head at every turn today, is all part of God's plan. So we simply must just sit back and let it play out. Why, if we interfere, we're committing blasphemy. We're messing with God's plan. He wants it this way.
Again, you see what this book does? It makes you useless tits on a bull. You might be aware of what's happening, but you're useless in the trenches. You're not going to lift a finger. Not all Bible dupes subscribe to that, but a great many do. And there's plenty enough passages in the Bible to support that idea, that you're just to sit back and
let everything play out. It's all God's plan.
This is God's plan, huh? This is the plan of an all-loving, all-wise God, to let these bastards get more and more power in their hands and fuck everybody else over like they did with COVID. Yeah, that's part of his plan. Well, you know what? I agree. If that thing is real, it would be a part of his plan, because he's the psycho bastard who inaugurated the whole goddamn New World Order pipe dream, right? He's the one who told his chosen ones that he will bring all nations before them. They will bow and lick the dust from the soles of his feet. Yeah, that would be right in line with him to want tyranny to reign supreme, wouldn't it now? He told his chosen ones that they would trample the nations under their feet.
Jesus said that he's going to rule the nations with an iron rod.
Yeah, that he's going to shove right up your ass. And so this brings us to point number 10. Bible dupes believe that justice is to be served at the hand of Yahweh one day. We're not to do anything. We're not to stand up and try to bring about justice. Just sit back and let Yahweh take care of it all. That's exactly what your Jewish masters, who wrote your Jewish frickin' fairy tale book called the Bible, want you to think and do. They want you to think that you're to sit back and do nothing. Let God deal with it. Let go and let God. Do nothing about it. You ever hear that expression? Bad things happen because good people do nothing? If you were truly a good person, then you would stand up and do something, at least warn other people what's going on and have them take actions that will, ensure that they not get sucked in and others around them, right? Spread the word. A lot of Christians don't even do that.
Well, it's not our place to get involved in politics or talk about politics. We're just to spread the good news of the gospel.
Again, just what your Jewish masters want. Don't interfere in any way. Don't even talk about the evils of the world. Just spread the bullshit gospel message so you can reproduce your same defectiveness in others and get them into their little fantasy world where you are of no use at all to your fellow man. You might be in the trenches, but you're absolutely useless in battle. And so your version of good is good for nothing. That's what you are, Christians. You're good for nothing. This book has taught you to become apathetic, uninvolved. Again, I'm not saying all Christians are that way, but the ones that aren't actually following what the book teaches.
This world is not our home.
You're just supposed to ride the waves through it and try to convert as many as you can. That's your only mission as a Christian. Don't get involved. Let God's plan play out. And that's what the whopping bulk of them do. Point number 11 is that religion plays on people's fears, lays a guilt trip on them, plays on their sorrows. Religious leaders prey on that. They look out every morning when the service begins, and they can see that some people look distraught. They know that they're coming there, because they're going through some difficult time, and they can tell, right? They know, oh, that's a new face. He's coming here because he's hurting. Good, I'm going to take advantage of that. And then he'll give emotion, for soft, soothing music to play. And then he'll have maybe the church singer sing something really sad, to move your emotions. I've seen this, guys. They do it all the time. They exploit it. And then the minister will say, as the person is singing softly in the background, or the music is still playing without the singer, whatever, the minister will get on the mic and say, I know there are some of you out there that are hurting today. God is reaching out to you right now. Maybe you lost your job. Your marriage is falling apart. You just lost a loved one. Someone out there is going to fit into one of those categories. And even if not, they're hurting, right? And so the minister's playing on that. And all the while, your emotions are getting toyed with. You're led to believe that this is the Spirit of God touching your heart. And so what they've done now is recruited a new sucker that they can count on to show up every week and contribute to the collection box when it goes by. That's what winning souls is really all about. But they have the dupes thinking that,
oh no, we're winning lives for Jesus, to have more people in the kingdom.
Oh, please, man, it's so disgusting. So again, here's another problem with religion. It preys on the weak, the hurting, the gullible, absolutely exploits them. It's so disgusting. The guilty or the people who have guilt complexes about things of the past that haven't been resolved, right? They play on that too. They lay you down in the dust with your guilt, reminding of you what a wretched sinner you are.
But then they'll offer you the hope of turning to Jesus. That's the only answer. Jesus will wash all that away.
Oh, bullshit. Again, just the illusion of relief. And like I said, guys, it might work early on, 6 months, a year, maybe even 2 or 3 years, especially if you're young. You haven't been through life's hard knocks enough yet. But eventually, the honeymoon is over, and now you realize you married a bitch, right? This religion is a lie. But most dupes will never come to that realization. They'll never admit it to themselves or anyone else. They'll deny that their problem is their religion. They'll blame it on everything else, usually their own selves, right? And others will certainly help them to do it.
It's your fault. You're harboring sin. You got to repent and beg God for forgiveness.
They'll go through the rest of their life in absolute misery, and they'll stay married to the bitch or the bastard, that they've been believing in all this time. Again, it's like the abused spouse. Men do it too. Men have wives that are very abusive, but they'll stay in the relationship anyway, right? Even though it's toxic and their partner is cutting them down constantly or perhaps beating them, whatever. This has been observed many times over. It's really sad. So it is, guys, with Bible dupes. They'll stay in that
relationship with Jesus. I have a relationship with Jesus, a personal relationship.
Oh, bullshit. You cannot have a relationship with something you can't see, hear, touch, smell. Jesus H. fucking Christ, man. Get your head out of your ass. You cannot have a relationship one way. A relationship is a two-way thing. Oh, they'll make up horse shit.
Oh, no, it is a two-way. I feel Jesus' presence all the time.
Knock it off, man. It's all in your twisted little heads. That's all it's where it's ever been, still is, and ever shall be. You know, it's like the kid who invents his imaginary friend, right? If he's just moved into a new neighborhood and doesn't know any of the kids yet, and maybe some of the kids have been mean to him, so now he'll go into his little world and invent an imaginary friend. That's what Bible dupes have done. Yahweh and the great Jesus, they're imaginary friends for adults. That's all they are. That's all they've ever been, all they ever will be. And they're very toxic imaginary friends at that, aren't they? Anyway, guys, we reached the hour mark. This is definitely going to be at least in 3 parts, maybe 4, the way I keep rambling. All important stuff, though. All right, guys, thanks for joining me. We'll catch you in part 3. Take care. Okay, everybody, welcome to part 3 of this discussion. Logical arguments against belief in an all-loving and all-powerful God. Number 12 is simply the money factor, right? You think logic, if they employed logic, they wouldn't be believing in nonsensical fairy tales in the first place. But nevertheless, once hooked in, you think they would start to ask some serious questions. Wait a minute, if this fantasy that I am falling for actually had truth to it, why would this alleged all-wise, all-powerful God need my money? Why would he tell me that I need to contribute every week to the plate as it goes by? If he's in fact all-powerful, wouldn't this thing be self-sustaining? And wouldn't that inspire the non-believers looking on to say, wow, look at that. These people, they never lack in money, and yet nobody's contributing to them. There must be some divine intervention going on here supporting this ministry. And, again, if this God was so interested, if he existed and was so interested in winning people over to him so they could be saved and not be eternally lost, why, A, did he just give us a book of nonsensical, contradictory bullshit? And B, why does he need money? Why does his book compel people to contribute money every week? Something's desperately wrong here. It sounds like a bunch of corrupt scoundrels, Zio scoundrels, just made this up. And of course, upon close inspection, that is exactly what's happened. You'd think if people had a modicum of common sense left in them, They would ask questions like this, but they don't. Just like they don't ask, gee, how many times do I have to pray, and never have my prayers answered before I realize something is wrong with these promises, excuse me, of guaranteed answered prayer. Number 13 on the list, the Bible, if it were the Word of God, would of necessity have to be above reproach, error-free, and consistent with itself and history. But of course, as I have thoroughly demonstrated again and again and again on this channel, the Bible isn't any of those things. It is not error-free by any means. There's errors on every goddamn page. It is not above reproach. There's all kinds of problems in it, right? Particularly moral deprivation on its every page. It is not consistent with its own self. It sends horrifically inconsistent messages on very important issues like the doctrine of salvation, as I pointed out in a quite lengthy series a while back on this channel. The doctrine of salvation, the one thing you think that book would get right? It's supposed to be the most important thing, the main theme from Genesis to Revelation. Bible dupes constantly repeat that refrain, right?
It's a love story, God's love for mankind and his desire to see you saved in heaven.
And so the whole plan is laid out there, we're told, and how to achieve it is, indisputably laid out. No, it isn't. Go back and review or watch, if you haven't seen it yet, watch that series of videos and see how outlandish the Bible's teaching on salvation is and how you're supposed to attain it. So it's not consistent with itself. And by the way, that's just one doctrine. That's the most important of doctrines, but that's only one. It contradicts itself on major doctrinal issues in many other ways, too. But anyway, it's also not consistent with history, as I have also pointed out numerous times on this channel. So, out the window goes the idea of this being
the Word of God.
Unless the God you're worshiping is an incompetent asshat monkey. He's an incompetent asshat monkey, whether he actually exists or not, in the character that's portrayed in that book as the God thereof. Yeah. Anyway. The Bible would also have to be, would have to also consistently portray its God as loving and merciful. Not only would it have to be consistent in its teachings, but its God and its portrayal of that God would also have to be consistently loving, merciful, compassionate in the things that thing says and does in that book. But of course, that's never the case, right? He's not loving at all. He's the antithesis of love. He's not merciful, the antithesis of mercy. Not compassionate, the antithesis of that. There's nothing good about this monstrosity, right? In fact, the things that he is said to have done and said in that book align him with the devil character, don't they? Pure evil. The Bible says that Yahweh is good. Oh, yes. Bible dupes can and have on many occasions pointed people in the direction of passages like that. God is merciful and kind, showing mercy unto, 1,000 generations, bountiful in mercy and compassion, blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of claims like that he's that way. But as always, you have to look at a person's actions and words to see if they match up with their rhetoric. Otherwise, that's all it is rhetoric, right? You could have a mass murderer claim he's a good guy, and a lot of people fall for that without, looking careful to see if the guy is worthy of those boasts he makes. Same with Yahweh. People fall for those passages where it says he's loving, just, and merciful, but they ignore his track record as portrayed in that same book. Things that had come out of his mouth, The things that are attributed to him having said and done are abominable. Therefore, he's not just, righteous, and merciful and loving, is he? The book is lying when it says that. Anyway. What's interesting, though, as I've said many times before, Bible dupes don't even know their Bible. They really don't. They have no idea. All they do is, cherry pick, right? They just read
The scripture reading for this week.
They'll just focus on that. Ministers will even tell their gullible congregations to
meditate on this passage this week.
What they're really saying is, don't read other parts of the Bible, because you're going to see what a bunch of bullshit this book is.
Just meditate on this scripture reading for this week. Next week, I'll have you meditate on that scripture reading.
That's what most Bible dupes do. They'll just focus, narrow in on one passage here, one passage there, the ones that tickle their fancy, the ones that sound good, out of context, and just in that, frame of mind, the way it's interpreted for them, they'll go with that. And there are some niceties in there, right? Any lie has to have a worm on the hook to lure you in. But when you step back and look at the bigger picture, all those little niceties add up to dog shit. In fact, speaking of dog shit, I can't think of a better illustration for the niceties in the Bible. It's like a big lump of shit that has some undigested, fresh-looking kernels of corn wedged in it, right? Those fresh, still yellow, still-looking edible pieces of corn look attractive. It kind of makes it almost look edible, doesn't it? Until you step back and realize if you just zoom in with a zoom lens and look at those kernels of corn, ooh, that looks tasty. That looks like nice, fresh corn. But when you zoom out and look at the bigger picture and you realize, oh, wait a minute, what's that? Whoa, what's that brown stuff that corn is wedged in? And so it is with the Bible. There's a few kernels of corn mixed, kernels of corn mixed in there that make it look attractive. But oh boy, stop narrowing in, Bible dupes, with your zoom lens. Step back and look at the bigger picture, baby. Those kernels of corn, or kernels of corn, are wedged in a massive lump of shit. So, in order to eat those yummy pieces of corn that look yummy anyway, are you willing to eat the shit? Well, you have been, and that's the problem. You have been. Flush that shit down the toilet and get some fresh corn. Anyway, number 14. The Bible has not always been around, let alone been available, even for the time that it's been around,
to all of God's people.
And during all times. That's a big problem, isn't it, Bible dupes? We're supposed to believe that not until 2,500, or some say 3,500 years ago, if you go by the Bible's own timeline, but of course, that's full of shit, isn't it? The Bible did not exist in the form that we have it today until about 2,500 years ago, right? And so, but let's give you the 35, okay? You want to say it goes back to the
time of Moses, 3,500.
Whatever. All right, let's go back 3,500 years ago. Fine. We still got a problem, don't we? Where was this God and his alleged important message for mankind of salvation prior to that time? Ooh, what's that I hear? Ooh, sounds like crickets. Where was this God, precious Bible dupe friends of mine? Where was this God of yours? Where was his message for mankind? Do you mean to tell me that for thousands of years prior to Moses, he left the whole world in the dark until Moses came along?
Oh, well, you might point to Abraham.
But still, if you accept that narrative and the timeline for it, that's only a few hundred years prior to that time. And yet, even with Abraham, the whole message was not revealed to him, right? But nevertheless, that was only given to the chosen ones. What about the rest of the population?
Oh, that's right. We don't matter. It's only God's chosen ones that matter, right?
You stupid asses. And there's a great many Christian ministers who have you believing that too, you Bible damn dupes, that Jews are better, infinitely better than Gentiles. Christian ministers are repeating that bullshit every bit as much as Jewish literature has stated it down through the centuries. Some of those Christian ministers are, in fact, Jews, like Benny Hinn, son of hell. But no, quite a few of them are actually Jew-ass-licking goyim. And you swallow it, too, you stupid asses. Again, not all Christians fall for that rhetoric, but you fall for the Bible's rhetoric, so are you really that much better off? But think about that. What kind of an incompetent ass-monkey deity would sit back on his fat ass and let almost the entire world sit in darkness? He supposedly loves us all. He doesn't play favorites, Bible dupes. For those of you that claim that Israel is his special people and he loves them better than anybody else and they're better than everybody else, he's still not supposed to play favorites, right? He's supposed to love everyone equally. Or have you forgotten that one? The Bible says he loves all mankind and desires for all men to be saved, supposedly. Right? And yet, he left almost the entire planet in the dark. That's funny, too, because he threw a temper tantrum, right, at the time of the supposed flood of Noah, and wiped out almost the whole planet, right? And yet, he didn't do anything to inform people about his supposed great plan of salvation and the importance of living a righteous life. He didn't do a damn thing until thousands of years later when Moses came along. The Bible complains that shortly after the flood, man had turned right back to a life of sin. Well, we have to blame your God for that, Bible dupes, don't we? That's his fault, because he didn't
give the revelation of his word to save mankind from sin.
Did he now? Didn't do a damn thing, according to your own Bible's narrative, until thousands of years later. And what a loser, if he's supposed to see into the future, to not have known that wiping the world out with a flood, supposedly, according to the biblical narrative, he didn't know that that wasn't going to solve the problem, that mankind was going to slip right back into the problem of sin shortly after the flood, and would remain in that problem, not only until the time of Moses, but of course even after the time of Moses, not only the Gentile world, but even in Jewland, many times, even though they were given supposedly the word of God, they still fell into idolatry, didn't they? Wow, you have one hell of an incompetent asshat, monkey-ass deity. Absolute, mindless, stupid ass. Incompetent. Downright foolish. Idiot.
I'm gonna destroy the whole world, except for that drunk guy that passed out naked and then cursed his son for walking in on him when it was his fault for passing out naked in the first place. Yeah, I'm gonna drown the whole world except for him and his family. Such exemplary individuals.
It's laughable, on the one hand. On the other hand, though, you almost want to cry that so many people fall for this horse shit, this book of Jewish fables, and they are revolting, repulsive fables at that, aren't they? But that you Bible dupes can accept stories like this as coming from an all-wise, all-loving God, it's mind-blowing. But to tell you that you're duped really makes no difference, does it? It's like telling an alcoholic, hey, buddy, you need to get some help, you're an alcoholic. It just bounces right off them. And so it is with you Bible dupes. Most of the time, most of you, it just bounces right off you. You love your little fantasy world. You love your little social club. And you love that piece of shit book, even though you know damn well down inside there's some serious problems with it. But you're still going to believe it anyway, because you like to live in fantasy land where you can click your heels and say, there's no place like heaven. There's no place like heaven. There's no place called heaven. How does that grab you? Any more than there is a place called Oz. Anyway, moving on here to point number 15. What makes the bloodthirsty, tyrannical God of the Bible any more preferable than any other monster god from history? Bible dupes love to boast that their God is the only true one because
He's not a bloodthirsty monster god like all the heathen gods, and that's why he told his chosen ones to not follow after those gods. They would lead people into evil practices like human sacrifice, but Yahweh was against that.
Really? You'd better take a closer look at your not-so-holy book, Bible dumbasses, because your God was all for human sacrifice. As a matter of fact, the best example thereof is your great Jesus, the spawn of Mr. Yahweh. That was a human sacrifice, wasn't it? But of course, numerous times in the Old Testament, as I've pointed out, in fact, I think I talked about it in the last video, Yahweh did in fact command human sacrifice. Burn the entire city with the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a burnt offering unto the Lord. So, Bible dupes, what makes your God, who hobnobs with demons, right? He sends forth evil spirits. He sends forth lying spirits. Biblically speaking, those would be demons, would they not? He collaborates with demons. You have Satan walking amongst the divine council, as it's called, right? The heavenly host, by Yahweh's throne in the book of Job. He comes up to strike a bet with Yahweh that he can get Job to lose his faith by screwing him over. And Yahweh says, hey, that sounds like a good bet. And it'll be entertaining, too. Go ahead. Go ahead. Screw him over all you want. You have free reign. Just don't harm him personally. But actually, Job did get harmed personally, didn't he? He got boils all over his ass. Nevertheless, though, check that out. Yahweh strikes up a deal with the devil himself. It's been said that you can tell someone's character by the company they keep. Well, there you go. Yahweh personally struck up a bet with Satan, who wasn't even supposed to be up in heaven. What the hell is he doing there? In the book of Revelation, when it says that Lucifer was cast out of heaven, it says never was there place found for him there anymore. So how the hell is it in the book of Job that he's up there in heaven by his throne? Oh, the problems abound, don't they, Bible dupes? Yeah, you know, that big lump that you swept under the rug? Yeah, those are those problems that abound. Your rug is piled so high now it doesn't even touch the floor anymore. In fact, it's miles above the floor. It's so high up in the air you can't even see it anymore. And yet you'll still play make-believe that your book is infallible.
It doesn't contradict itself.
No, just on every goddamn turn of the page. Bible believers boast that their God and their holy book has the best moral standards. Some of these are crossovers because I've covered this stuff already. But yeah, this is one of the biggest boasts Bible dupes make. They arrogantly wave that Bible in the air and they say,
you don't know what morality is. You don't even have any basis for morality if you don't accept the God of the Bible.
Guess what? I do have real moral standards, and I'm only able to finally have them because I got rid of that disgusting piece of shit book called the Bible and its monstrosity of filthy immorality called Yahweh. Yahweh is a piece of verminous trash, the incarnation of the devil himself, absolutely vulgarly evil. And you want to claim that that thing is the standard of morality?
And then, of course, you know, when you ask them, well,
What moral standards are you talking about?
Oh, well, the Ten Commandments, of course.
Really? The first 4 of them, you can chuck them right out the window. They have nothing to do with morality. Thou shalt have no God before me. How is that immoral if you choose another God, especially one that's decent and not an immoral piece of shit like that one? How is that immoral to worship another God other than the king of immorality? How about,
remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy?
Oh, that commandment is so moral and self-evident that Yahweh had to call for the stoning of those who didn't observe it. Yeah. Oh, your God is so moral, isn't he, Bible dupes? What is immoral about mowing your lawn on a Saturday afternoon? What's immoral about pulling an animal out of a ditch? Some Jews argued over that in the first century, right? Jesus said it was okay, but the Essenes were against it. What does it matter? Either way, who gives a shit? If you don't want to, don't do it. But if you do want to, how is that immoral? It's not immoral. And yet there it is in the heart of that so-called moral law. You're telling me that I can't make moral judgments unless I follow that horse shit? You don't even follow it yourselves, Bible dupes, unless you're Sabbatarians. Very few are. Most Christians keep Sunday. Well, guess what? That's not in keeping with your little fourth commandment. I'll do a series on that sometime, guys. Even for you that aren't the least bit interested in the Bible, it's important to know this stuff just to see how full of shit the Christian religion actually is. As I pointed out, they talk about God all the time, but they don't even know who God is, biblically speaking, right? It's Yahweh. Not Yahweh and Yahweh Jr. and the big spook called the Holy Spirit. No. Biblically speaking, there is one God, and he is identified as Yahweh. He's, an evil deity, but nevertheless, that's who the Bible identifies. Christians can't even get that right for the most part because they believe in that 4th century invented doctrine called the Trinity. So you don't even know who God is. You don't even know what morality is. You think that violating the 4th commandment is a sin. Why, it's evil. And yet you don't even keep it yourselves. Oh, holy shit, guys. It's phenomenal. But anyway, out the window, your little boastful claim, Bible dupes, that you have the moral high ground. You don't even know what morality is. Point number 17. Most religious people, particularly Bible dupes and Quran dupes, are actually the very antithesis of what they profess to be. And this is always how it's been. They are judgmental. They are hypocritical. They are arrogant. They are often very elitist, unsociable, exclusivist, and very often disgustingly and despicably fanatical. And yet they denounce all of those character traits, right? They claim to be against them. And yet that's exactly how they are. The Bible has made them that way. They are judgmental. Even though their great Jesus said, "Judge not, lest you be judged. Condemn not, lest you be condemned." And yet Jesus did a great deal of condemning and judging himself, didn't he? Even though he said, "I have not come to judge the world." And yet later on in the same book of John, he says, "For judgment I have come into the world." So, it depends on what day we're talking about as to what you're supposed to believe in what Jesus said, right? What day it is and what passage you happen to be reading. If you're reading both of those passages on the same day, well, then you're screwed. But, if you read one on one day and one on another, it's okay. On day one, don't judge. But on day two, it's okay to judge because Jesus says so. Jesus said that not only about himself, but the Bible says that about Christians too. On the one hand, we're not to judge, but then Paul later says that we are going to judge angels. Oh, so apparently judgment is for the believer too, right? Jesus said, "Judge righteous judgments." So all the while he's telling us not to judge lest we be condemned. He goes on to say, "Judge righteous judgments." So it only makes sense that we get mixed messages about our judicial status when he couldn't get his own judicial status correct either, right? "I came not to judge, for judgment I have come into the world." What a collection of garbage, man. It's spin cycle on high, right? High gear spin cycle. Trying to make sense of the damn book, you'll get dizzified. And so the way Bible dupes get around that is they'll just ignore the passages they don't understand. And they'll literally just sweep them under the rug and figure, oh, well, I used to do this, right? I ran into things like this I didn't understand. And I thought, oh, well, God will enable me to understand that over time. He'll reveal it to me. But that pile kept accumulating. No, no. The God of the Bible isn't going to reveal those mysteries to you because they are contradictions, and major ones at that. Anyway, moving on to number 18. The God of the Bible, if he existed, could not be, I already addressed this one, could not be all-knowing if the Bible is the best that he can offer us, right? Well, I kind of addressed this already. Yeah, how could the God of the Bible be all-knowing and yet leave us this book of nonsense? Wouldn't he have known in advance that there were going to be many problems, many alterations that would be made, entire passages that would be omitted, other passages that would be added, and that, these would add to the already existing contradictions in the thing, which would give people with sensible, reasoning minds, analytical minds, solid ground for condemning it, right? You don't think that an all-knowing God would have seen this ahead of time, Bible dupes, and would have seen to it that such problems, errors, contradictions, outright lies would not have made their way into the book in the first place? Number 19, if this God is all-loving and non-arbitrary, then why would he require his subjects to bow at his feet and ingratiate themselves, right? What kind of entity, except a very arrogant one, a very narcissistic one, a very Jewish one, what kind of entity that's supposed to be loving would even accept worship, let alone require it? Well, I'll tell you what kind. One that's suffering from severe mental issues, right? Yahweh needs some serious psychological intervention. He's so insecure that he has to have you bow and ingratiate yourself in his presence. Cut the shit, man. You can't see that this is a human invention, a very twisted human invention, a truly, genuinely loving entity that claims to be our Dada. Could you imagine if your father said,
I love you, my son, my daughter, but only if in my presence, every time you come over, you bow on your knees with your face to the floor and hail me.
You'd take your father to the clinic, right? Get some psychological intervention there. Hopefully to one that has decent people working there. And not going to pump him up with medications. But you know what I'm saying, right? Someone like that, you'd be concerned about. They lost their mind. Something's wrong. This isn't how a loving person operates. And yet you accept this from your supposed loving God, Bible dupes. But then again, you accept him commanding mass murder and engaging himself personally in mass murder too. So why not? Why not accept him demanding that you ingratiate yourself and bow with your face to the floor? Why not? Why not? You accept all that other horse shit
as coming from a loving God.
Number 20, if this God is no respecter of persons, then why doesn't he intervene for people today like he supposedly did thousands of years ago, right? In ancient times and Old Testament times, supposedly parting the Red Sea for his chosen ones, having manna rain down from heaven to feed them. How come he hasn't done that for anyone else since? How come the only time in the Bible where slavery is mentioned in a condemning way is when his chosen ones were supposedly enslaved in Egypt? That's the only time he's against slavery. Other than that, he's all for it. In fact, he told his chosen ones not to enslave fellow Jews, but that they could enslave Gentiles for life. They shall be your property.
If you should enslave a fellow Jew, he's to be let go at the end of the 7th year.
But a Gentile shall be your slave for life. He'll be your property. Oh, but he's not a respecter of persons, though, is he, Bible dupes?
He's not prejudiced. Why, he doesn't play favorites at all.
Again, cut the ever-loving shit. How about this one, Bible dupes? How can you possibly say that Yahweh one day is going to judge and condemn delinquent fathers who took off on their kids and left his former wife and kids to fend for themselves now so he could go off and live a riotous lifestyle? How can you possibly say that Yahweh has the right to even judge delinquent dads when Yahweh himself is the ultimate delinquent daddy now, isn't he? If you think he's up in the clouds and he's your heavenly father, and yet he sits on his fat ass while his supposed beloved children get into car accidents, get raped, get murdered, have their house broken into, get fired, get cheated on by their husbands or their wives, get screwed over by what are supposed to be good friends or, whatever, right? He just sits back on his fat ass and lets this all play out. That is most definitely a delinquent dad now, isn't it? If you want to claim that he's our heavenly father. Well, he's a delinquent ass son of a bitch dad, isn't he? And yet, he's going to judge earthly delinquent fathers? He set the example. He's the biggest delinquent dad of all. And all the while that he's sitting back on his ass and all of these things happen to his supposed beloved children, they're praying fervently, pleading with him to save them as they're drowning. And he sits back picking his ass. Number 21. Look at all of the arguments, guys. Bible dupes have no answers. Oh, they claim to. But all you hear out of their mouths when they attempt to answer stuff like this is, "Rah! Rah! Paul, I want a cracker!" Or better yet, "Hee-haw! Hee-haw!" That's what I hear. Friggin' jackasses. There aren't any acceptable answers to any of these questions. Your religion is bullshit. Deal with it. Point number 22. How could an all-wise God ever call a people his chosen ones that have been responsible for the most heinous crimes in all of human history, right? He's supposed to know the future. And he's supposed to not play favorites. The very fact that he chose any group and called them his chosen ones, right? And the Bible says he picked them above all other peoples of the earth. That is, in fact, playing favorites. How in the hell can that son of a bitch make the claim that he doesn't play favorites when, in fact, we see that he's done this? But of all people to have chosen, if he's supposed to be omniscient and he knows the future before it happens, you don't think this son of a bitch knew that these people, well, of course he knew these people were going to rape and pillage the earth. He told them to do it, didn't he, Bible dupes? Oh, yes, he did. You shall rule over them, but they shall not rule over you. You shall lend to them, but you shall not borrow from them. I will bring before you all the nations of the earth. They will bow before you and lick the dust from the soles of your feet. So clearly, the one who doesn't play favorites did play favorites when he chose them. And he chose them for a reason, because he saw that they were exactly like him. Of course, they invented him and created him in their image. But, Bible dupes have it in the reverse, so we'll humor them. Okay, it's in the reverse. God chose them. But why did he choose them? The one that says he doesn't play favorites. Because he's phony just like they are. Or I should say, they're phony just like him. Right? Again, I'm not talking about all Jews here, but the real Jewy Jews, the ones who follow that book to a T, just like a great many Christians do, right? No wonder Peter said that the Christian world, you are a chosen generation. Peter called Christians of his day a chosen generation, the same title given to the Jews in the Old Testament in the Torah, right? Why did Peter do that? Because Paul said when you become a Christian, you become a child of Abraham. You become a Jew. And lo and behold, Christians, just like true practitioners of Judaism, have the same spirit, the same arrogance, the same crybaby persecution complex. You're exactly like them, Christians. Most of you are. exactly like them. And the few of you that aren't, it's because you're actually decent people in spite of your Bible belief. But no decent, genuinely decent Christian out there like my mother was. None of you are decent because of your religion. Your religion does not make you decent. Your religion screws you up or recruits you because you're indecent, and now you realize, hey, this is great. This is a good thing to belong to. I can hide the fact that I'm an asshole behind my religion. That's what most Christians join the thing for in the first place, so they can look good while waving their Bible and saying Jesus every 5 sentences. And people think they're such wonderful people, and then they can get away with anything they want. Look at Trump, right? Look what a piece of shit Trump is. And yet, almost the entire Christian world loves him because he says the name Jesus on occasion. He can even come out, and has come out, and said that he's not a Christian. I'm not a Christian, but I love you Christians because you're great suckers. I love you Christians, but I'm not one, he says. But they still love him because he says the name Jesus. That's all you have to do for these asses, these idiots, these monkeys, is just say the name Jesus on occasion, wave the Bible in the air, say thank God, God bless America, and bang, you're a good person. Doesn't matter what your actions are and that they don't match up with your rhetoric. Mindlessness, absolute mindlessness you Christians have. You have a severe mental deficiency, and that's why you fell for the Bible in the first place. And once you fell for it, it opened you up to all kinds of other deceptions. Even for you Christians that don't fall for Trump, that don't like what Israel's doing to the Palestinians, the fact that you believe in this book, you're left wide open for other deceptions. Don't worry, they'll tailor them. They know where you're coming from. They know the psychology. And like I said, guys, if there's ever a mass conversion of Jews to Christianity, and the Israeli government professes that Jesus actually is the Messiah, several of our rabbis have confirmed that he meets the qualifications. We were wrong. Many of you anti-Zionist Christians are going to jump aboard. Do you see how this book has you set up? And in many other ways you haven't even fathomed. The book has you by the gonads, baby. Give it up, or it's ultimately going to send you down the wrong road. It already has you down the wrong road, but it's going to send you down an even worse wrong road down the line. Point number 23, how can this alleged all-loving God allow babies to be born with deformities? And don't give me that horse shit that, oh, that's a result of sin. Babies born handicapped, screwed from day one, right out of the womb. David says, God has formed me in my mother's womb. So we must believe that he formed babies when they were in the fetal stage to be handicapped, to be born, mentally retarded or with Down syndrome or severe facial deformity, so they get made fun of their entire lives and never get to live a normal life. Your God could have intervened, like David said, and formed that baby in the womb so it didn't have those deformities. And you want to say it's a result of sin? How, pray tell, did sin cause babies to be born with deformities? When Yahweh is supposed to form the baby in the womb, you stupid asses. You don't even pay attention to what your sick-ass book says, which is, again, why you believe it. What a mind fuck the whole thing is, isn't it? On to the next point here, number 24. The Bible teaches that Yahweh gave us all the freedom of choice. But the Bible dupe never stops to ask this most basic and fundamental question. Did any of us choose to be born into this miserable, troublesome world filled with death, suffering, and sorrow? Did we choose to be born here in the first place? Number 24. Oh, and I love this one. Bible dupes will say that if you don't accept Jesus, then you're choosing hell. It's not God's fault if you go there, it's yours. Knock it off. Nobody chooses hell. First of all, the people who don't accept your book don't accept it for good reasons. It's not they've chosen hell. They know that the damn thing doesn't exist. And by the way, even Bible believers who actually do know that book well know that it doesn't even teach your doctrine of hell being a burning place. You know what the word hell means? Both in Greek and in Hebrew. Sheol in Hebrew and Hades in the Greek. There's a couple other Greek words, but they all have the same meaning. It simply means a dark abode, a dark pit, usually referring to the grave. Has nothing to do with a bright, infernal place called hell, where the wicked are suffering in burning, endless torment. It's not even in the Bible, you stupid asses.
You chose hell.
Your hell, the way you understand it, doesn't even exist in the Bible, let alone in reality. But to put that kind of a guilt complex on people, to make it out like they have chosen hell, really, what kind of a God is that anyway, that automatically by default condemns you to hell unless you were lucky enough to find out about this book that most people throughout most of history never even heard of. In fact, it didn't even exist for most of human history, right? And even for those who found out about it, a good many of them saw it for the bullshit that it was and never accepted it for sound and solid reasons. And you call that choosing hell? You can go to hell, Bible dupes. In fact, you're already there, believing in that book. Point number 25. We're told that only the earth fell into sin and thus degradation. But the whole universe follows this law of entropy. And by that I mean everything breaks down, right? Everything is in a state of breaking down. Suns eventually burn out and turn either into gas giants or supernovas or whatever. They explode. Galaxies collide with one another. Even a mighty mountain will weather away into nothingness eventually, right? Rocks are worn away by both wind and water. The human body breaks down. Plant life breaks down. Animals break down. Nothing lasts forever but the midnight sun or the midnight sky, as the song goes, right? The old Kansas song, Dust in the Wind. We're all dust in the wind. Everything breaks down. Not just here on this earth, though, that Bible dupes say was cursed because of sin. The whole universe is affected by this law of breaking down. Bible dupes claim that, oh no, the law of breaking down, that only applies on earth because of sin. We see it all throughout the universe. We see the moon and other planets and stars and satellites colliding with each other, suns exploding, asteroid impacts all over the place, right? Craters everywhere. That's a sign of chaos and devastation. On my alternative science channel, I talked recently about the whole solar system showing signs of catastrophic collisions in the past, right? That knocked planets off their axes and scarred their entire surfaces. And we see signs of this all throughout the universe. Chaos and calamity, explosions, destruction. That's only supposed to be the result of sin. How is it then, Bible dupes, that you can explain that? If you interpret collisions and calamities and explosions to be the sign of an imperfect existence, it's not just the earth that was affected then by, quote, sin, was it? The whole universe shows signs of this. And again, as I mentioned in the previous video or two, how is it that only the earth is affected by sin? The entire earth was cursed by Yahweh. Why wasn't heaven cursed? Because that's where sin first emerged, according to the Bible, right? Lucifer's rebellion in heaven. Why wasn't all of heaven cursed? Yahweh should be dying too. He was up in heaven when that happened, along with all the angels, right? How come they weren't cursed? But yet the entire earth was? Animals were made to suffer too because Adam and Eve did that horrible thing of eating a piece of goddamn fruit? Bible dupes. No matter what angle you look at your bullshit book from, it completely collapses. And you don't even have to spend a lot of time at it. You just pick any story at random and just glance at it for 3.2 seconds, and you can come up with at least 50 reasons to reject out of hand the story because of its nonsensicalness. And yet you claim that all of these stories were inspired by loving God. It's all part of his divine plan. Well, his plan sucks, and so does he. He's a joke. This is his way of dealing with the sin problem, with the problem of evil in the world. He sits on his ass for the first umpteen thousand years of human history, right? Doesn't do a goddamn thing. And then when he finally gets off his ass and decides to do something, all he does is hand us a book full of contradictions, inconsistencies, and outright lies. Then sits back on his ass for a few more centuries and sends his divine son to do what? To offer himself up as a human sacrifice. Oh, that's impressive. The all-knowing, all-wise one came up with that for his plan. And the only way we can know about this supposed great plan is from a book that contradicts itself, not only every place else in the Bible, but also right there in the Gospels that relates this story of this supposed divine plan of salvation. The Gospels have more contradictions in them, actually, than any other part of the Bible. And most of those contradictions are concentrated in the end of the Gospels, where the story is told of Christ's death, burial, and resurrection. The supposed most important part of the Bible has the most contradictions in it. I've already covered this, guys. Go back in the archives, and you'll see the series I did, for example, on contradictions in the New Testament. They are legion, especially in the gospel narratives regarding Christ's death, burial, and resurrection. Unfreaking believable. And yet that's all we have to go on
to assure us of this great plan of salvation, God sending Jesus down.
The story can't get itself straight. Matthew contradicts Luke, who contradicts Mark, who contradicts John at every turn, such that if you were to undertake the effort of trying to, harmonize the Gospels together and put a narrative together to tell one continuous story so that you integrate all the four Gospels into one volume, you couldn't do it. You couldn't harmonize them. You couldn't tell what was done, when it was done, who was there, what they said when they were there. Each gospel gives a different version of each story that is supposed to be parallel with one another. And this is what this all-wise, all-knowing God offered to us. Bible dupes, once again. You really need to get yourself an industrial strength can of Vaseline. Get a goddamn gallon jug of the stuff and a 6-foot-long crowbar so you can wedge your head out of your ass. The fact that you believe this nonsense is absolutely mind-blowing. The fact that I once believed it is mind-blowing to me. Like I said, I really wish I could go back in time and meet my former Bible-believing self. Boy, would I love, as a third person, to sit back and listen to that debate. I thought I had all the answers. I knew the whole Bible through and through. I'd like to see myself, my former self, debate myself now. That would be interesting. I honestly don't know how that would turn out, how my former self would be able to handle my current self, knowing what I know now. Would I have shit my pants? Would I have ignored my current self? Would I have run out the door? Would I have said, like most Bible dupes say, "You're of the devil, I'm not going to listen to you"? I don't know. I honestly don't know, because I never met anybody like myself who knew the Bible well enough to refute the piece of shit to the point where my head would spin. I don't know. It would be interesting, though. Anyway, point number 26. Jesus said, if we look at a woman with lust in our heart, we have committed adultery in our heart already. We've already made ourselves guilty of adultery just by looking at her with lust. What man, heterosexual man, can look at a beautiful woman and not, at least for a moment anyway, have some kind of lustful thought, right? You can't even help it. It's natural. It's normal, unless you're not natural or normal. But it is natural. It's normal for an average male heterosexual male, to see an attractive woman and not have, initially at least, according to Bible dupes, according to the Bible, according to Jesus, having that initial thought is itself a sin, and you need to drop to your knees right away. Look how degrading this is, making you feel guilty for something that is normal. It's unavoidable, right? It's natural.
The Bible says, no, that's not natural. That's your carnal, evil nature coming through. That makes you evil.
Really? When, according to the Bible, Yahweh's the one that created the human sex drive in the first place. He creates the sex drive, and then when you respond to it naturally outside of your even your ability to control, that makes you evil. Go to hell, man. Go straight to goddamn hell. You see how sick and twisted this is? What makes you evil is if, after looking at that woman, and you're already married or committed to someone that you've been going out with for years and they think you're trustworthy and loyal, you make a pass at that woman. Or if she makes a pass at you, you give into it. Now you've done something wrong, right? Now that's immoral. But if you look at that woman and you think, oh, wait a minute, she's married. Oh, and you get control of yourself, you've done nothing wrong. You haven't committed adultery with her. But according to the great Jesus, you have. Why, you not only need to confess to Yahweh, you probably should confess to that woman because, unbeknownst to her, you just had sex with her. You're guilty of adultery. She might not be, but you are because you violated her in your mind. So you need to ask her for forgiveness too. Do you see how outrageous and ridiculous this is? And like I said, guys, how much you want to bet down to the centuries, there's probably been millions of times where men have looked with lust, and instead of, saying, oh, there I go again, that's my normal natural nature kicking in again, and moving on, because he recognizes this is a married woman and I'm not going to violate. How many times did a Christian do that and think, oh,
Jesus said I've already committed adultery. I'm already guilty of adultery. Well, what the hell? Since I'm already guilty, I might as well proposition her.
How many times do you think that's happened in history? I guarantee you, millions. It's probably happening right now, many times around the world. Non-Bible believers would walk away and think nothing of it. Oh, there goes my natural self kicking in again. It's that man thing. But I'm not going to, propose. I'm not going to proposition that woman. She's married or she has a boyfriend, But a Christian would say, well, what the hell? I'm already guilty. I might as well do it. And I know God will forgive me later. Number 27. The Bible sanctions war on every page in the Old Testament. In fact, on many pages in the New Testament. Jesus said that he came to bring not peace, but a sword, right? He actually said, don't think that I've come to bring peace. I haven't. I have not come to bring peace. I've come to bring a sword. He put it that way. He emphasized it, right? It's not enough for him to say, don't think I came to bring peace. I didn't. He goes on to say, I did not come to bring peace. Don't think I came to bring it. I didn't come to bring peace. I came to bring a sword. Jesus was correct when he said,
I and my Father are one.
He's just like his daddy, isn't he? He loves war. He loves the sword. He told his disciples on the evening of his crucifixion, supposed crucifixion. He said, go out and get a sword. And if you don't have one, sell your cloak and buy one. Go get a sword. And then when they returned, they said, Lord, we could only find these two. He says, oh, that should do. But there's no explanation provided for that comment. What the hell did he mean by that? That would do for what? It's obvious what it was for. He was planning on a small group coming to arrest him, which he thought they could easily overtake with a couple of swords. But when a large group of over 600 armed Roman soldiers showed up, the Romans weren't stupid. They were watching him carefully. Judas Christus, right? They knew he was an insurrectionist, using religion as a cover for his political aims. And so when they went to arrest him, they went with a heavily armed force because they anticipated that he was going to create an uprising, right? And by the time he and his disciples realized that, oh shit, it's too late, we can't stop this, it makes no other sense why he would tell them to go get a sword. And don't forget, he said he didn't come to bring peace but a sword. Obviously, he had some sleazy intentions. The same one who told his disciples,
go and bring before me who won't bow and worship me as king and kill him in front of me.
The psychopath didn't say, go seek out those who won't worship me and kill them wherever you find them. No. The psycho bastard said to bring them in front of me so you can kill them in front of me and I can watch it. That's your great Jesus, Bible dupes. Yay, Jesus! Hooray, Jesus! Your Prince of Peace. Piece of shit. That's what he is. There's your peace for you. I'm pulling out all the stops, folks. I think from here on out, I'm done with the G rating. I introduced this topic with a G rating. I talked nice, hoping to wake some of you up. But from here on out, we've come too far. We can't play these pussyfoot around games anymore. We got to come right out and call a spade a spade. This book is an abomination. It has wreaked way too much havoc in our world already. And now, with Trump in the wings in this next election, setting things up with that fake attempted assassination for him to get back in the White House, they are going to get their World War III on, baby. And the biggest cheerleaders for this are going to be Bible dupes. So out come the boxing gloves, baby. Anyway, guys, I thought originally I was going to cover these notes in one video. Here we are, part 3, and I'm still not done. We're at the hour mark, so I'm going to have to stop here. All my rambling. Anyway, guys, I'm hoping the next video will be enough to cover this. It probably won't, though. So, in any case, I'll catch you in part 4, folks. Thanks for joining me. Take care. All right, everybody, welcome to part 4 of this discussion, logical arguments against belief in an all-loving and all-powerful God. Point number 28. The Bible gets people in the mindset of looking forward to the end of the world. Yeah, does it ever? You'd be hard-pressed to find an exception to that rule. Pretty much all Christians, regardless what denomination they belong to, they're anticipating, actually looking forward to the end of the world. And even though they shriek with horror at what we're headed for, they actually are believing that it's a good sign, because that means that the darker it gets, we're getting closer to the light at the end of the tunnel, and Jesus is going to come and rescue us. The guy who looked forward to Jerusalem being restored so that they could trample on Gentiles. By restored, meaning, with independence and ultimately to rule the world, right? Jerusalem shall be trampled on by Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles is fulfilled. He was a first century insurrectionist. And like all the other insurrectionists who used religion as a cover for their political aims, he looked forward to what all Jewish supremacists through all the centuries have looked forward to, the Jew world order. And so Christians are duped into thinking that this Jesus character is going to come soon as the world gets worse and worse. We're getting closer and closer to the time when this first century insurrectionist is supposedly going to come and save the day. Even if he were alive and was planning to return, you really think he's coming for you, you Gentile suckers that buy into that slop? He wants what his dada has always wanted, right? Read it. It's on every page of the Old Testament. I will bring all nations before you, meaning his chosen ones, and they will bow before you and lick the dust from the soles of your feet. This is precisely what Christ meant when he talked about the kingdom of God. Every other sentence. The kingdom of God, meaning the kingdom set up here in this world. Oh, sure. He used otherworldly language. He had to disguise his true aim so the Romans wouldn't catch on that he truly was an insurrectionist. But that's what he was talking about. That was the cover. To talk in otherworldly tones, just like he told, supposedly told Pontius Pilate.
My kingdom is not of this world.
Of course a first century Jewish insurrectionist was going to say that. He had to make it out to look like, I have no interest in any earthly kingdom, so that they hopefully wouldn't see him as the insurrectionist that he was. And so his gullible followers would also think that, oh yes, he has purely religious aims. And yet, he's the one who marched into Jerusalem several days earlier on a donkey, trying to make it look like he was fulfilling a prophecy from Zechariah, which said, your king shall come riding into Jerusalem on the foal of an ass.
The ass shall come riding on an ass.
He staged that. Bible dupes get all excited.
See, Jesus fulfilled prophecy. He rode in on a donkey.
Oh, really, jackass? Like he couldn't have arranged that so it looked like he was fulfilling prophecy. Oh, let's see now. How hard would that have been to do? We're told that he sent his disciples out to go get a donkey. He sent them out to get a donkey so he could ride into Jerusalem and stage this alleged fulfilled prophecy. Cut the shit, Bible dupes. Are you that desperate, really, that you can't see through this thin veil?
Just like you're so desperate to make all his miracles look divine,
when in fact, the miracle of water into wine was lifted right from the pages of Heron of Alexandria's book on magic tricks. He described exactly the trick that Jesus pulled there. Create vessels that have 2 chambers inside, so when you are seen pouring water into the opening, and then later you hit the spout and wine pours forth, it will look like the water you just poured in turned to wine, when in fact you have 2 chambers inside of the vessel. One to collect the water that you're seen pouring in, and the other has the wine that was already poured in from the back of the vessel ahead of time, unbeknownst to the viewers. Holy shit, man. Read the account in the book of John. There was no miracle. It's exactly what he did. Nobody saw the water turn to wine. They saw water being poured into the vessel, and it says, behold, there came forth wine. Oh, what a huckster, man. And what a bunch of suckers you are, Bible dupes, for falling for these hocus-pocus tricks. He walked on water! So has David Blaine. Go look it up. It's on YouTube. You can see David Blaine apparently walking on water too, and everybody's amazed with their jaw dropped. How is he doing it? Surely the same way the great Jesus did. After all, David Blaine is a Jew. So they passed on that little trick down through the centuries. Probably just a piece of glass underneath the water. Who knows? Doesn't matter, though. When people see Blaine do it, they're amazed. But they know that it's sleight-of-hand trickery.
They know it isn't real magic or a miracle.
And neither were Christ's miracles. Most of them, you can clearly see, were staged. I mean, you can tell how they were staged. There are some that, you can't necessarily explain it, but that doesn't mean it even happened, does it?
He supposedly calmed the sea. There was a storm and he calmed the sea down.
Well, how do you know that happened? Because it's in a book filled with contradictions, inconsistencies, and outright lies? I'd venture to say that one never even happened. But pretty much all the other so-called miracles you can easily explain through natural, deceptive processes, not involving the supernatural. God damn idiots, man. And I'm not calling you something, Bible dupes, that I don't also call my former self. I was an idiot too years ago. Fortunately, there was hope for me. I recovered from my delusion. How about you? But anyway, so the Bible gets people in this mindset of looking forward to the end of the world. And instead of doing anything about it, for the most part, Bible dupes actually do nothing but sit back on their ass and just cheer it on. They don't do anything to try to prevent it or to warn others so that they can stand up and prevent it as well, or if they have, maybe a certain Bible believer doesn't have the means to do anything, but he can share it with others who do have the means. But no, they actually believe that you're not to intervene with anything going on in the world today because it's all part of God's plan. It needs to play out his way. And if you intervene, why, you're committing a heinous sin because you're interfering with God's plan. Oh, yeah, this is all part of his plan. Well, if you read the Bible as it's written, this all is a part of his plan, so that his chosen ones can emerge as the dominators of the world, so that all the Gentiles can lick Jew feet into endless perpetuity. So yeah, you're right, Bible dupes. It is your God's will, but it's a sinister will, a very devious, evil, monstrously corrupt plan.
But in the meantime, just sit back and trust the plan, Bible dupes. Trust the plan.
Like most of your co-religionists do, right? With Trump.
Trust the plan. Trump has a plan.
Oh, yeah. It's Yahweh's plan to glorify Israel at everyone and everything else's expense. Most Bible believers are useless tits on a bull in the fight against the Jew world order. They not only won't do anything, but most of them actually are cheering it on, hailing it as a great sign that God's will is being carried out. Again, it is the Jew God's will, but not the God you think that's going to put an end to this corrupt system. Oh, no, he's all for it. He's the one who inaugurated it, according to your unholy book called the Bible. But look how, again, guys, it gets the thinking of most Christians so completely and thoroughly twisted that they do the very opposite, which is what the Jews want them to do. They don't want them to stand up and resist the Jew world order. They want it to be cheered on and think that it's a good sign for them that as bad as things might get, God's going to intervene and stop it from fully coming into fruition. We're going to be rescued and swept away on the magic carpet ride. The hell you are, Bible dupes. You have fallen for their biggest lie of all. Sit there, apathetic, do nothing, so we can ride over you with our frickin' bulldozer and have you cheer us on all the while. Oh, boy, this book truly was written by Jewish supremacists, wasn't it? Look what it's accomplished. And you go right along with their plan, Bible dupes, you stupid asses. You roll out the red carpet for your conquerors, just as this book intended for you to do. The only effort they undertake
in preparation for what's coming
is to spread the gospel and convert more suckers like themselves to the Jewish insurrectionist named Jesus. And they claim that that's how to prepare for what's coming. You're playing right into the hands of your enemies. And they couldn't be happier for it. They laugh in your face how stupid, how gullible you are. That you can be led to believe that the evil that's breaking forth is a sign of something good. That's the ultimate mindfuck of the Bible. Aside from praising their demonic deity as the source of all good and holiness and righteousness and love and mercy and compassion. That's the number one mindfuck. But the second one is to cheer on the end of the world that they're bringing about and having you think that that's a good thing for you. Good things are on the way as the world gets worse. So just sit back and let it happen. Son of a bitch. You can't see this book for what it is, Bible dupes? Really? Point number 29. The Bible creates close-mindedness. Absolutely.
Don't confuse me with the facts. My mind is made up.
Bible dupes love to toss the word truth around and act like they're wedded to that word, right?
Oh, they love the truth. They hate lies and errors.
Problem is, your Bible is the biggest error, the biggest lie of all. You don't love the truth. What you love is what you have been led to believe, or better yet, what you want to believe is the truth. You've already decided that the Bible is the truth, and you twist everything in your world. Bend it, contort it, crush it into dust if you have to, so that you can get that square peg to fit into the round hole. Everything must conform with the Bible. It completely distorts your view of reality and closes your mind to any light that tries to get in that dark realm known as your head. You won't allow any light in there. You think you already have all the light. You're totally in the dark, baby. This book has blinded you to a hell of a lot of things. And yet, the Bible has you thinking that you're already there. You've come to the light. There's no further step to make. You've already arrived. You have all the answers. You have shit. And what's so amazing is when you look at Christianity and all the divisions that it has, and yet any given Christian in any one of these given denominations, thousands of them, all think that they've arrived. And yet no two of them in any of those churches or in any individual church within any particular denomination can agree. It's not just that there's disagreement among denominations. There's disagreement among any given member of any given congregation of any given denomination. They can't even agree on a great many issues, right? They bicker back and forth, and yet they're all convinced they've arrived. They figured it out. That's interesting because Christ said
that the Spirit of truth that he would disseminate out to his followers
would lead them into, quote, all truth. He said it. You know what I'm talking about, Bible dupes. You've read that passage many times. You've cited it many times. And you never stopped to realize what bullshit that is. In the entire history of the Christian religion, when has any Christian ever been able to say with a straight face that God has led him or her to all truth? From its inception, Christians have bickered and argued with one another. There were divisions in the Christian religion from the word go, a multiplicity of splits, and it's only gotten worse ever since, to the point where today, just in this country alone, there's at least 3,000 denominations of Christianity. Worldwide, there's over 30,000 of them. And yet Christ said,
the Spirit of truth will guide you into all
truth. With 30,000 Christian denominations around the world, how do you reconcile that with that promise that the Spirit would guide Jesus' followers into all truth? Cut the shit. Do you see what mind fuckery you've fallen for, Bible dupes? You see how completely distorted your thinking is? You can't even see what's plainly right in front of your face. It's as plain as the nose on a Jew's face how fucked up your book is and how fucked up your thinking is because of it. But you put on those blinders, you put plugs in your ears, and you dance around happily thinking you've got all the answers, you've got the truth. You got shit. Your book is shit, your God is shit, your religion is shit, and ultimately, you're going to be shit too. Maybe you are already. A good many of you are already shit. But if you're not today, you will be tomorrow, continuing to follow this garbaggio. I shouldn't even have to say this, but because Bible dupes are so completely mindless, I have to elaborate on how you arrive at logical conclusions. Logical conclusions are made by analyzing a particular subject or situation. You collect data. And then when you have enough data, you're never going to have all the data. There's almost an infinite amount of data out there on any given subject. But you collect as much as is possible. And you consult others who have collected similar data and take notes back and forth and see if your data that you've collected harmonizes with theirs and if their conclusions are somewhat similar to yours. And you try to iron out the bugs and say, okay, collectively, all of this data we've gathered seems to be pointing in this particular direction. We've ruled out other possibilities. This is the only one that seemed the logical step, to take, the logical conclusion to make. That's how you arrive at the truth, or at least as close to the truth as you can get, right? But always keep your mind open for more data to come along to revise the conclusion that you previously made, which might be slightly flawed. It's good for now, open to revision. That's the path of a true truth seeker. But the Bible puts the stops to all of that, doesn't it? Of course it does. The Bible says, here it is, you've arrived. Which is funny, because how can you ever say you've arrived, right? When it's so goddamn confusing. So much so that you have 30,000 plus denominations of Christianity around the world. Nevertheless, though, even if the Bible was consistent, it still would force you into a certain mold, and you're not to take one step outside of that narrow framework, right? What kind of bullshit is that? You must examine the damn thing first to see if it's worthy of you letting yourself be hemmed in by it. It doesn't matter that it says it's God's word. The Quran says it's God's word too, along with quite a few other not-so-holy books around the world. Who gives a shit what any book claims about itself? Is it worthy of that claim? Does it stand up? Oh, Bible dupes will insist it does, but no, it doesn't. Dumbasses. You've been brainwashed into thinking that, and once you've accepted it, you want it to be that, so you will engage in what is called confirmation bias, where, because you've already made the decision that this bullshit book is, quote, the truth, you're going to twist and contort everything that comes your way to make it fit that premise that this is the truth, and ignore anything else. You let it bounce right off you. You will label those who try to show you that it's not the truth as of the devil. So you can feel good and walk away thinking you've got the victory now. You're not letting the devil use that person to trick you. And you're convincing fellow dupes like yourself, stay away from that guy, he's evil. Unbelievable, man. What sucks, guys, is this is, again, as plain as the nose on a Jew's face, right? But you can't wake these dumbasses up to it, for the most part. Most of the time, most of them, you'll never reach them. It doesn't matter. You can throw truth bombs on them. You can get a B-52 and drop megaton truth bombs on them. It won't make a damn bit of difference. After the dust all settles, they're still going to be sitting there. They're still going to sit there with their head up their ass and foaming at the mouth, insisting that you're evil, you're of the devil, when all you're trying to do is wake them the hell up out of their delusion. That's when you say, screw you, and you move on. You do what Jesus said. You wipe the dust off of your feet and move on, hoping that the next one you'll be able to reach. You will eventually do it. There are Bible dupes out there who do have a modicum of common sense that can be reached. Keep trying. And for that 1 out of 1,000, it actually is worth it. That one will make up for all the other 1,000 dumbasses that won't listen. That one will make up for it. I personally have had the pleasure over the years of waking up at least hundreds that I can definitely say with certainty, because I've had hundreds of people email me, text me, whatever, over the years, call me up, and I just had someone in the chat on Odyssey last night thank me for helping to awaken him to the truth about the Bible. That's awesome. There may yet be hundreds more. There may be thousands, I don't know, over the years that I have helped to free from the clutches of that bullshit book. That really makes this effort worth it more than anything else. To hear testimonies like that, I really appreciate, when people share that. That's awesome. That's awesome. And it makes Bible believers piss themselves, because in their little twisted world, they think that it's impossible for someone to know Jesus and then fall away. I was a big problem for a lot of fellow duped Bible, Jesus tards when I left the cult, because I was not just an average church member. I was an aspiring minister. In fact, I was, in effect, a minister, even though I was never ordained. Yeah, whatever the fuck that means. Who gives a shit? I didn't have the credentials, the license. Churches pull that same shit game that the government does, right? You got to have a certificate.
you got to be licensed to be a minister.
Ah, shut up your ass. But in any case, I was a minister for 8 years, right? I worked first as a lay pastor, then a student pastor. And so I exerted a heavy influence on a lot of people, not just in the churches I worked directly in, but, I would go as a guest speaker to many other churches. Quite a few people knew me. I conducted Bible studies, prayer meetings, you name it. I even had a TV show at one point, local cable access TV show, but, it covered several towns in my area. So I would see people in the supermarket, hey, you're that guy on TV, right? So a lot of people knew me and,
looked up to me for spiritual guidance.
And when I dumped the Bible, oh, let me tell you, I made some serious enemies. People who literally hated me. They didn't say they hated me, but oh, you could tell the fire come out of their mouth when they talked to me. They got angry with me without a cause, simply because it wrecked their world. It turned their world upside down. There were a few people that once looked to me, and I didn't want them to do that, but they looked to me as their guru, right? They would come to me with Bible questions, And now, when I told them I didn't believe anymore, sorry, I'm not gonna, conduct prayer meetings anymore. I'm done with the whole thing. I can't, I'm not gonna live a lie. I don't believe it. They were angry because now that rocked their world, right? It shook their faith. It made them question, well,
this was the Bible answer man. And now he's, how can that be? It can't be possible.
It just literally rocked their world. It turned them upside down. And so, of course, they got mad at me. They were hoping in getting mad at me, maybe it was going to shake me up and make me want to change my mind, apparently. One guy who was supposedly one of my best friends, right? He was a fellow theology major. He admitted to me later, years later, not at the time, but he admitted to me later that on one of the occasions when I was called in for an inquisition, I was called in several times, but on this one particular occasion, it was after I had already been called in for my initial one when, they told me that they needed assurance from me I wasn't going to go down this road any further or there'd be no future for me as a minister, blah, blah, blah. But then after that, I was called in again.
We were told that you've been still spreading stories around campus about the church lying,
when in fact I hadn't. I just was talking to this friend of mine, and so I was puzzled. Who's saying stuff? Who's claiming that I'm going around campus? I'm not going around campus. I was asking myself, who could this be? I found out later. It was this friend of mine that was still hanging out with me because I wasn't fired yet. Once I got fired, then he dropped me like a hot potato. But I still didn't suspect that he would have done something like this. He admitted to me later. We got together years later after, we graduated, and he had worked for a while in the ministry, but then left it. He didn't leave his belief in the Bible, but he left the whole ministry thing. In fact, he didn't leave the cult either. He still remained an Adventist. He just left the ministry, though, and got into another field. And he told me, he says, I have to admit, you're right. I saw what you were talking about. It really is as corrupt as you said it was. And so I'm asking him, well, why are you still a part of it then? He couldn't handle, no. To him, he had to still have that crutch to lean on. It's pretty sad. He couldn't stand on his own 2 feet. But he did confess to me that he was the one who turned me in the second time because I was still talking to him. I wasn't
spreading it around on campus,
but I was talking to him about it. And he said, I didn't do it to be a jerk. I hope you believe me. He says, I did it because I thought it would force you, to stop going down the road you were going and to do like me and just go along with the church so you'll have a job. Even though he had told me that he agreed with me, right? He knew I was right. And yet, in his mind, he thought I should be playing politics and just agreeing to keep my mouth shut. No, I couldn't do that. Absolutely could not do that. And ultimately, he realized that he couldn't play the game either. He couldn't pretend to be supportive of a church that he now saw was totally corrupt. So he left the ministry, but he didn't leave the church. He still remained a part of it. It's mind-blowing, guys. Some people can only go just so far. They might not be able to work for it anymore and get a paycheck from it, but somehow they still have to be a part of it and be ideologically supportive of it anyway. It's mind-blowing. Once you see the thing is a piece of shit, turn your back on it and never look back again. Get the hell as far away from it as you can get. No, not this guy. Haven't heard from him in years, but I would venture to say he's probably still in the damn cult. By the way, that was the last time I ever saw him. And he thought at first, as we were talking, that I was still a believer. I didn't tell him yet. But as we continued on talking, he finally come out and asked me, "So Charlie, how's your spirituality? Are you going to any church now?" Or once I told him, "Oh, no, Joe, I'm done." I said, "I'm done with the whole mess. I not only am not an Adventist anymore, I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in the Bible." And so naturally he's like, "Well, what do you mean? What?" So I spent the next at least 45 minutes to an hour just dumping on him the things I had been finding. And he didn't say one word. His wife was there too. We were sitting down at having dinner. Neither one of them said anything. They were dead silent. I don't think they ever heard anything like that their entire life. They didn't offer me any argument, nothing. I did all the talking. And at the end of the, whatever it was, 45 minutes, hour, we paid the bill, we left. I had driven with them. They drove me home. And basically he just held his hand out to shake my hand. "Well, take it easy, Charlie. We'll see you later." I never heard from them again. How do you like them apples? Son of a bitch. And this was supposed to be my bosom buddy, right? We hung out together all the time, studied for tests together, went places on weekends. My ex and his wife and our kids, blah, 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 blah. Dumped me like a hot potato when he saw that I didn't believe anymore, and he realized he could never sway me back again because he heard my arguments. He knew they were solid. What does that tell you, folks? Deep down inside, he must have known that what I was saying made total sense, and he couldn't counteract it. He didn't even try. But he didn't want to give up his little cult, his little social club. So the only way he could continue to do it in his mind was to stay away from someone like me, because I'd be a perpetual reminder to him that he's living a lie. Wouldn't the natural response have been, if he thought that I was in the wrong and I was in jeopardy of losing my salvation, wouldn't his response have been, "Oh, Charlie, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'll keep you in prayer. In the meantime, let's still be friends. Whenever I'm in town, I'll give you a call"? Nope. He cut me off. What does that say about his religion and his sincerity? What does that say about his love for his buddy, right? Does he care about me? Does he give a shit about me? Is he concerned about my salvation? No. In his mind, he probably didn't even fully process it enough to realize that he's shitting on me, treating me like a piece of shit. He's invented all kinds of horse shit in his mind to justify what he did. But in reality, he's fucked me over. He dumped me, and he did it so he could go on and comfortably continue with his cult social club. And I wouldn't make him feel uncomfortable. That's really the reason. He probably, though, doesn't even realize it, that's what his brain has forced him to do. He hasn't reasoned it out. In fact, he'll make up excuses.
"I have to stay away from him. Oh, he's so far gone, the devil's got a hold on him."
So he can feel comfortable in the fact that he's treated me like a piece of shit and basically written me off to the point where
"You can go to hell. I'm not going to try to save your soul."
Do you see my point? If there was any legitimacy to this goddamn religion,
the so-called Holy Spirit
would have touched his heart and convicted him to still hang out with me. Don't try to share religion with him because he's angry with it and he's got too much vented up anger and, he just doesn't see it the way he used to anymore. Just be a friend. If there was a Holy Spirit, wouldn't that be the natural response of a believer to a former believer, friend, that you want to try to win back? Just be a friend to them and hoping that maybe someday you'll see how happy he is in the Lord. You know what I'm saying, guys? But to write me off and never call me back again, even though he said, "Oh, well, yeah, we'll see you later." No, I never saw him later, ever again. Just like that asshole frickin' minister that I first came into the cult through, right? We attended this seminar years earlier. Years go by now. I was like 12 years old at the time. That's when I got baptized. Years go by now, and this guy is back in the area giving a seminar. And so I went to see him. I'm in my first year of college now, and all this shit had already started to hit the fan. And so I thought, oh, geez, I want to catch this guy when he leaves, after he gave his talk. I want to catch him at the gate before he gets into his car. So I did. I ran ahead before the service was over, and I saw him coming. I'm like, oh, good. I'm going to catch him, We talked for a few minutes, and to make a long story short, I told him I was studying theology. He says, oh, you must be really happy about that. I says, oh, actually, I'm not so happy. Really? Why not? Whenever I told him what I discovered, the Trinity and how the church had been lying, all he did is stare at the ground. He didn't look me in the eye anymore. The whole rest of the conversation, he nervously jiggled change in his pocket and stared down at his feet tapping on the ground. Oh, that one. The Trinity. Yeah, that's a hot one, all right. And then the lying son of a bitch asked me, well, have you written a book? I'm kind of in a hurry. I need to get going. Oh, yeah. You were in a hurry, all right. In a hurry to get the hell out of there as quick as you could. Did you write a book? Maybe something you could share with me? Sure enough. I had a copy of my paper I had written on the Trinity. I handed it to him. Great. You got your address in the back here? Oh, yeah, sure. It's all in there. Phone number, the whole 9 yards. Great. I'll look this over and I'll get back to you. Well, let's see. That was June of 1996. Do you think he's ever going to get back to me? Do you think he ever intended to get back to me? He was bullshitting. He knew when he said that he was lying, and he didn't look me in the eye then either. He shook my hand as he still looked down at the ground. Well, take care. Thank you for the book. Boom, got in his car. Boom, drove right off. Couldn't get out of there fast enough. They're all phonies, guys. They're all fucking phonies. When they play that kind of game, they're bullshitting. They claim to be against lying. They lie all the time. Just like they lie when they go to church every week. Oh, praise the Lord. My walk with Jesus is doing just fine too, Brother Jim. I'm glad yours is doing well too. And they're both lying. I would hear this all the time. I knew they were lying because I had just talked to both of them that week. Amazing that they weren't ashamed of themselves talking that way right in front of me when they knew that I knew full well that they were struggling in their faith and had all kinds of doubts, right? Christians are probably the most full of shit people I have ever met in my entire life, including the Jews I have known. I mean, personally, I haven't known that many Jews. But, the Christians I have known are far worse than any of the bad Jews that I've known. I haven't known too many bad ones, luckily. I haven't known too many Jews, period. But you know what I'm saying. I have never personally seen such corrupt people, such phony, in-your-face, bullshit artist individuals as I have among Christians, guys. And yet most people think, non-Christians, think that Christians, well, they might annoy me, with their Jesus talk and whatnot, but essentially they're really good people. Oh, you can count on the fingers of one hand the exceptions to the rule. Most of them are actually sons of bitches and bastards. They are. Absolutely hateful, judgmental, finger-pointing, hypocritical son of a bitch and bastards. I have no use for them. There are exceptions. My mother was one, but they are, once again, very rare. I can't stress it enough. They're full of shit. Anyway, moving on. Point number 30. The Bible opens people up to outlandish claims by faith healers and other hucksters selling them the little snake oil as long as they do so in the name of Jesus, in the name of the Lord, right? As long as they use that phrase in a sentence, in the name of Jesus, in the name of the Lord, then it doesn't matter how much bullshit they fling their way. They'll swallow it. They'll suck it up, especially if they're a man of the cloth. They can claim to have dreams and visions. God showed me last night in a dream. Televangelists do this all the time. And you can see as the camera pans all the suckers, they're all ears looking up. Oh, what message did the Lord have for you, brother? I'm all ears. Wow. Every bit as much as they suck up whatever the Bible says, right? Or whatever their minister tells them the Bible says. It is phenomenal. It's disgusting. It's dehumanizing. There's no thought process involved in any of this at all. Whatever the Bible says, or whatever the minister claims the Bible says, the way he twists it and contorts it, right? The Bible's written in such a way that it's easy to twist and contort. You can't make sense of most of it anyway, or the average person can. They've never been taught how to properly study it, and they only are reading it with tunnel vision and rose-colored glasses to begin with, right? They have this grandiose view of it, and so they think that everything that's in there is all good. So any shit they read just gets filtered out. But indeed, the Bible does open people up to all kinds of outlandish claims. Oh, wow, man. I've seen it so many times over the years, guys. I've seen people talk about, they'll show me a picture, from the bombing of Hiroshima, where everything is leveled except the church in this one frame,
See? That's a sign. God let all the other buildings get destroyed, but he protected the church.
Oh, really? The church has all its windows blown out, and the roof is blown off. Ah! The church didn't get destroyed, dumbass, because it's made of stone. That's why. All the other buildings that got leveled were made of wood. But even if the church was made of wood and still stood and still had its windows intact and its roof was still, holding up, big fucking deal. What does that mean? That your prick God didn't care about all those homes and businesses that people depended on for their livelihood getting leveled?
But he protected his cult church so that money could be sucked out of people's pockets this coming week that they can't afford because they got to rebuild their homes.
Get the hell out of here. It's so disgusting, guys, the horse shit that I have heard come out of the mouths of believers.
It's like when they give their testimony every week in church. Oh, yes, good. The Lord really blessed us this week. Our family was blessed with getting a second mortgage approved for our second home.
When 99% of the congregation members can't even afford a first home, and they're praising the Lord that they got the mortgage approved for their second home. Get the hell out of here, man. So disgusting. But once you believe in a bullshit book like that, right, it's only natural that you're going to believe in all kinds of other bullshit. If your premise is, if your foundation or your belief system, is built on a cracked foundation, then the whole structure itself is insecure and ready to fall at any minute, right? Everything that you build on that foundation is going to be cracked, filled with holes, and so it is with the Bible believer. Almost everything they believe is tainted. Everything, right? Their whole worldview gets twisted. And even if they're correct on some issues, if you dig enough, you're going to realize, oh, wow, they're not so correct after all. Their overall premise seems right, but when you start looking at, under the microscope, you realize, oh, wait, no, that point fucks the whole thing up. Oh, and this point over here, that fucks it up too. Oh, and over here too. They believe that? So now the whole structure is ready to collapse at any moment, right? Even though it looks like their initial premise might be correct. I've seen it over and over and over again, and it can't be any other way. When you have a twisted system of beliefs based on absolute bullshit, it is going to frig you up in every area of life. Your view of history is going to be wrong. Your view of politics is going to be wrong.
Obviously, your view of religion is going to be wrong.
Religion's wrong no matter what, isn't it? What religion, guys, really has ever been? And I don't have a problem with people who are, quote, spiritual, right? Who have no dogmatic beliefs. Hey, that's fine. All the power to you. But once you attach dogmatism to it, and now you not only claim that there's a sky fairy up there looking out for you,
but you know what his will is for you and everyone else.
Hit the road. Go to hell. Shove your religion right up your ass. Your belief system has now become toxic, both for you and those around you. Dogmatism is the enemy of mankind, always has been, especially the Abrahamic dogmatism, which calls for the extermination of the non-believer, both in Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. Oh, don't tell me that's not in the New Testament Bible, dupes. Of course it is. Jesus himself told his disciples, bring those before me who won't bow and worship me as king, and kill them in front of me. Jesus castigated the scribes and Pharisees for not upholding the full law of Moses and still stoning kids that rebelled against their parents. I just mentioned a moment ago how the Bible corrupts thinking in other areas, not just regarding religion, right? Politics. Bible belief, indeed Quran belief, you name it, all based on the Bible, corrupts people's thinking at the ballot box, of course. You know, I wouldn't waste my time at the ballot box anyway. It's a big frickin' joke. It's a rigged game. Pick your puppet. But nevertheless, though, not just the ballot box, but just their whole view, their world view, their whole view on politics, which politician seems like the better candidate. They all suck. But very often it's based on which one waves their Bible the most, sells more Bibles to push their campaign agenda, like Mr. Trump, right? A guy who couldn't even recite one verse from that damn book. A guy who actually admitted that he's not a Christian. Of course he isn't. He's a Jew. Not only racially, but religiously. He admitted that he's a converted, well, I'll argue he was always a Jew, but he claimed to have converted a few years ago to Judaism. Yeah, whatever. But it doesn't matter. He's certainly a Jew now. He's a Jew. And yet, the whole Christian world, almost the whole Christian world thinks that Jews are God's chosen people anyway, so they would like him claiming to be a Jew anyway, most Christians. But he's not a Christian. And yet, Christians cheer him on as though he were. So do you see how this book, again, completely twists? The bulk of the Christian world, the overwhelming majority of the Christian world in this country is staunchly supportive of Trump. And yet, you couldn't get more anti-Christian than this son of a bitch, right? The number one enforcer, he exceeded Biden in his push for the vaccine. He wanted to send out the goddamn military, right? The National Guard to force people to take the death jab. To this day, he still takes credit for it as though it's something wonderful, when it's already public knowledge now. Most people have caught on. The COVID jabs are, in fact, deadly, and the son of a bitch is still pushing them.
Oh, he's led by God, right, Bible dupes?
He is led by the Jewish God. Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. Problem is, you don't recognize the reality that God is a demon from the pits of hell. But he is led by that God, no doubt. Anyway, another problem. Bible belief brings support from the bulk of the Christian world, from the illegitimate, illegal, and murderous, in favor with the illegitimate, illegal, and murderous state of Israel. It gets the whopping bulk of Christians to support Israel. Absolutely disgusting. Of course, the Bible was written that way, right? So you would support
God's chosen people.
And even though there are some Christians that claim to be anti-Zionist, like I said, guys, a wave of their magic wand, and that will change overnight for the whopping bulk of the remaining Christian world that claims to be anti-Zionist. They will become pro-Zionist overnight if Zionism now claims that they believe Jesus is the Messiah. Just like Christians all across Europe got suckered when Jews claimed to convert to Christianity. They did it just to save their ass and or to ensure that they could stay in the country that was expelling them so they could continue to engage in their shenanigans, right? They would just claim
that they found Jesus.
And now the whole Gentile Christian world would warmly embrace them. They could still screw them up the ass on a daily basis, but they would, sing their praises and not push for them to be expelled anymore because they found Jesus. Look how this religion completely distorts people's thinking so that they can't analyze critically. Out the window goes that now, right? You just wave the Jesus flag, just like Trump does, and automatically, he's the man for us. He's the man to support. He uses the word Bible a lot and talks about God. Wow. Again, do you see how the religion makes you a gullible, farligan sap? And don't give me that horse shit. Some of you Christians out there who will say,
well, that's because those Christians don't really understand the Bible.
Oh, they do. It's you that doesn't understand it. They are following the Bible when they support Israel. That's what the Bible teaches you to do, God damn it. And the Bible does endorse what Netanyahu is doing to the Palestinians. Bible dupe asses who think that you're on solid ground with your Bible protesting what Netanyahu is doing. To get like-minded Torah followers in line with him in his mass murdering of the Palestinians. A few months back, he actually called the Palestinians Amalek, right? And said that he was getting even with Amalek. That was to appeal to people's faith in the Bible. Oh, wait a minute, that's true. And for him to say that, he made himself out to look like he's doing it for religious reasons. And so a lot of Jews jumped on board with him because of that. Some didn't, but quite a few did. He's talking Torah talk now. As long as he talks secular, a lot of Jews have rejected him. But as he has been more and more bringing the Torah into it, suddenly, maybe he's not so bad. Maybe he's being led by Yahweh. That's going to work for Christians too, like I said. Most of them who aren't already rabid pro-Zionists, they will become that if there's a staged mass, quote, conversion of Jews to Christianity. I guarantee you guys that's exactly what we're going to be seeing. Probably not too long from now. Maybe after the next rigged election, when Trump wants to get his Armageddon war on behalf of Israel by sending our troops over to take out Lebanon and Iran and Syria and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Anyway, point number 33. Bible belief often gives the believer a persecution complex, when in reality they beg for persecution, right? Because of their obnoxious pushing of their nonsense. Of course people are going to not stand you, not want you around, poke fun of you. It's not persecution. It's a natural response to your obnoxiousness, to your bullshit that people are sick and tired of listening to. Persecution complex. They're whiners, just like the bulk of Jews out there, who all through history have whined, everyone's out to persecute us. No, everybody's fed up with your bullshit and your criminality. And you Christians lag just ever so slightly behind them on that one, with the criminality thing. But the fact that you support, a great many of you, what Netanyahu is doing to the Palestinians, you are criminal. You might not be over there doing it yourself, participating in it, but if you cheerlead for it, or at least defend it, or minimize it, trying to make out like it's not such a big deal, you're a part of the problem. You might as well be over there actually doing it. Of course, even before October 7th of last year, you not only were defending other crap Israel has pulled, but you've been defending from day one since the first time you accepted Jesus. You've been defending Yahweh's immoral horse shit, haven't you? And his Chosenites, the mass murderings that they were said to have done in the Levant, raiding this, that, and the other city in Canaan. You justify that. You claim that was A-okay. I mean, those stories are mostly fictitious, but it doesn't matter. The way they're written, it's horrific. Kill everything that breathes, including young suckling infants. Belief in the Bible creates this cohesiveness among members, this clickiness, right? That they're literally better than everyone else. While claiming to be humble, Bible believers literally believe that they're better. They're saved, everyone else is lost. They're holy and righteous, everybody else is, sinners in need of God's grace. They're not part of our elitist club. Oh, they won't say that in those words. No, they won't ever do that. But that is exactly what goes on in their mind. They do think they're better than everyone else. The world is lost, it's evil, but they're found, they're saved, they're holy and just and righteous. They won't claim, at least most of them, won't claim that they're holy in and of themselves. They claim that they get their holiness from Yahweh. But nevertheless, they still claim they're holy. Doesn't matter where they claim the holiness comes from. They still think that they're in the elite crowd now, right? They have arrived. Everyone else, they're lost until they join our club. And it also creates this network of network based around peer pressure, right? Where you're forced to conform because of the group think mentality, right? I'll never forget one time there was a prayer meeting, and it was when I first started doing the prayer meeting on my own. The minister was, training me. Not that I didn't know how to do it already, but, he felt the need to train me. So anyways, he tells me this one night, I'm going to have to leave in a little early. So, this will be the first time. I'll let you manage it on your own. You think you can handle it? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. He says, okay, but beware. I forget the guy's name now, but there was this guy that used to show up late at prayer meetings sometimes, and he would disrupt the meeting. And he was a former member that had left the church, and he would show up sometimes late with remarks to try to sway people and, to convince them that the church was, a lying piece of shit. Little did I know at the time he was right. But anyways, he's cluing me in. Beware of this guy, and, here's how to handle him. And I says, oh, don't worry. I had never met the guy, never even knew about him. I had just been introduced to this church recently. Anyways, I'm like, don't worry about it. I'll be able to handle him, But do you see the kind of mentality that they instill in people, right? If you assume any type of leadership position, they want to make sure that you're part of that mindset where you're going to watch for people like that who come in the door because they could potentially sway people away and thus will lose contributions coming in. They claim that they're concerned about losing souls to the devil. They're really concerned about losing tithe and offering payers is what it is. So look what this does. It creates this network of among the leadership, particularly among church members in general, but especially the leadership, right? You got to watch over like a hawk and make sure nobody is listening to anyone who could sway them away. Make sure you shut that door, cut them off before they could get even 4 or 5 words out, because they might appeal to some members with common sense. We don't want that happening. Like Paul says, right? We're to not trust the carnal mind. Don't do any thinking now. Let the Bible and your ministers do that for you. So this is the kind of mindset it instills in believers, to not think for themselves and to not listen to anyone who isn't going along with the program. Again, it's brainwashing. All churches do this. They're all cults, right? I love how mainstream Christian churches will point fingers at smaller groups and call them cults. It's only because they're not part of their cult, so they feel good labeling them because they're smaller and they're different from us. You're all cults. The whole goddamn Christian religion is a cult. It's just that some of you are bigger cults than others. Some of you are smaller cults than others and aren't so popular, so they look more cultic. But no, actually, the biggest Christian cult of all is the Catholic Church. I mean, on so many grounds, you could label that as a cult, simply because the goddamn thing doesn't even follow the Christian religion for the most part, right? It teaches its own traditions that clearly, for the most part, aren't even biblical. Not that it matters, the Bible's full of shit. But if you're going to claim to be a Christian, you would, of necessity, have to derive your teachings from the book that the whole goddamn religion is supposed to be based on, right? And yet the Catholic Church does that the least of all the Christian cults. Most of what it teaches, on the surface, might seem biblical, but it's not. Everything they teach, guys, has been a complete inversion of what is actually in the Bible. Son of a bitch. And a good deal of what the Catholic Church invented was carried over into Protestantism, as I've mentioned before, right? Their observance of Sunday, I'll get into that in more detail down the line. The Trinity, which I've already covered in great detail, that's Roman Catholic. The idea of the immortal soul, which was adopted in the early centuries by the Catholic Church from Hellenism, along with the idea of eternal burning hell. Those are Hellenistic ideas that the early church incorporated. And it's still with them to this day, even in the Protestant churches. They claim to be protesting Rome's authority, or at least traditionally. That's what Protestants were supposed to be about, right? Protesting Rome's fictitious authority and her homemade doctrines. No, they don't protest them anymore. They're wholly embracing most of the former rightly labeled heresies of the Catholic Church. Anyways. All right, guys, we've reached the hour mark. It's going to take at least one more video to cover this. Sorry, I was actually thinking I was going to be able to cover this in one video. Holy crap, who was I kidding? All right, guys, thanks for joining me. We'll catch you in, what the hell's it going to be now? Part 5, I think. Anyway, we'll catch you in the next video. Take care. That should be the last one, the last installment of this. Finally! Take care, folks. Okay, everybody, welcome to Part 5 of this discussion. Logical arguments against belief in an all-loving and all-powerful God. I thought this was going to be done in one part, and lo and behold. It's funny, I have some sets of notes that are, like 30, 40 pages long, and sometimes I finish them in one or two videos. Well, not one, but 2 videos. Then there's been other instances like this when I think this started out as only 10 pages. But, I get rambling so much, I'm now into Part 5. I'm hoping that this will be the last installment of this discussion, so much more to get onto, but I don't know, right? The way I've been going here with all my ramblings. Anyway, point number 35. Bible belief gets people to lower their living standards by giving away huge sums of money to their exploiters, and of having them thinking that they're doing God's work, and that by emptying their pockets somehow it's going to bring more money into their pockets. They'll cite passages like Malachi 3:8-10, where Yahweh gives the challenge, prove me and see whether or not I will open up the window of heaven and pour you out a great blessing when you don't rob me of tithes and offerings. Did you catch that? How convenient that they put those words in their God's mouth to put a guilt trip on the dupe believer so that he will give the maximum amount. Why? Empty all of your wallet. If you don't, you're robbing from God himself, because God needs your money, you see. Incidentally, that passage, which has been quoted many times in various churches around the world, around the country, that passage actually is in the Old Testament and applies to the tithing system that only existed under the ancient theocracy of Israel, right? The tithing was to provide for living expenses for the Levitical priesthood, whose services were required 24/7 in the temple. They weren't able to earn a living outside of their duty, right? They didn't have any time afforded them. So the tithing was set up just for their living expenses. They abused it, of course, as always, in classic Jewish supremacist fashion, but it doesn't matter. The theocracy of Israel and the whole Levitical priesthood doesn't exist anymore, right? And therefore, the tithe doesn't exist anymore either. And yet, there are many churches like, the Nazarenes, Seventh-day Adventist Church, who still put pressure on their duped believers into thinking that they not only need to give offerings in addition to the tithing, but they need to pay a tithe, a literal religious tax of 10% of your earnings. Well, let's see now. Do the math. El Governmente illegally sucks 1/3 out of your check before you even get it. Okay? Then if you add in local and state taxes, you know, your goddamn income tax and excise and incise and outsize and upside down size and whatever, you add that all in, it is well over 50% of your wages that goes to El Governmente. So now you add in the tithe. Now you're well over 60%. But that's not enough, because they also claim that in addition to the tithe, which nobody is required to pay anymore, right? According to the Bible's narrative, you as a believer that believes in that nonsensical bullshit book called the Bible, you're not even obliged, biblically speaking, to render 10%, because that was only for the theocracy of ancient Israel. In any case, for the dumbasses that fall for that bullshit propaganda, that you need to pay the tithe, right? It's not biblical. You've been made to think it is. They'll quote you that passage out of context. It's not even enforceable according to the Bible. And yet, again, they get people doing it. Okay, so those who fall for that, you're now over 60% of your earnings going to either the Jewish-run government or your Jewish-run church. But that's just the tithe. Usually they recommend that you pay half in offering what you pay in your tithe. So that's another 5%. And many do comply and in fact pay another 5%. So now that's 15% added on to, let's say, 54% federal, local, and state tax. You are in the area of 70% now of your income going to the government and the church. You stupid ass Bible suckers, man. Unbelievable, guys. Almost 70%. And out of that has to come, you know, rent and car payments and utilities and holy shit, food. And all of it, all of this economic rapage comes from the same source, doesn't it? The Zio son of a bitches who created the income tax. It's right out of the goddamn Communist Manifesto, right? Or the wage tax. They created Christianity, which picks your pockets, right? With the pressure for tithes and offerings. They created the outrageous rigged economy that we live in, that charges through the roof now for every goddamn thing you buy. Prices continue to soar as the dollar devaluates through hyperinflation, right? They're responsible for all of this. But what amazes me is how people willingly go along with it. So people lower their living standards. Oh, they lower their living standards in a lot of ways through their Bible belief bullshit. But yeah, just through that alone, paying tithes and offerings. Even, you know, if you don't belong to a cult that requires you to pay a tithe, you're still paying offerings out, right? Some people still generously give without the 10% factor playing into it. You're still giving a lot of your hard-earned money after the government's already taken more than 50% away from you before you even frickin' see it, right? Wow. Look what belief in that bullshit book called the Bible does to people. And of course, you lower your standards in so many other ways, as we've already discussed, right? You become convinced that you can command the murder of little babies and actually kill little babies yourself and still be called moral if your name is Yahweh. Or if you're one of his chosenites, you know, that he commanded to go and kill for him, like the great King David. Mass slaughterer. But as long as he did it for Yahweh, it was okay. If he did it on his own without Yahweh's permission, well, then it was wrong. Then it was evil. But as long as he did it for Yahweh, it's not murder, because the one who invented morality said so. God damn it. That is the peak of mind control. when you can be led to believe that evil acts are not evil, depending on who does it or who commands it. You stupid, mindless, frickin' shadows of human beings. You're not human beings anymore when you can be led to believe shit like that. You're only a shadow of such. You look like bipedal human beings. You might even sound like them when you talk in your voice tonal quality, but not in the things you say, not in the things you do, not in your defense of that bullshit Jewish playbook called the Bible. Point number 36. Bible dupes are led to think that being poor is good and having money is bad. Oh, the Bible does that too, because they want all your money to go into their pockets, the Zio masters that created this horse shit, right? Jesus himself said,
Sell all you have and give to the poor. Turn the other cheek. If your enemy asks for your cloak, give him your sweater also, or whatever, in modern vernacular,
And don't ask for it back. Let him keep it. Yeah, let your ministers particularly keep whatever they ask for. Give them more than they ask.
And don't worry, God will bless you.
Oh, yeah. I saw that played out many times, right? Yes. When poor people who came to church in rags gave every little cent they have that they had, and
oh yeah, God richly blessed them. Why, they drove in Cadillacs the next week to church.
What a bunch of horse shittery. They keep doing it week after week after week after week, thinking,
well, eventually, oh, not this week. Okay, maybe next week. Oh, no, maybe next week.
All their life giving what they can't afford to give, thinking that eventually,
well, God's going to bless me. I'm faithful in giving.
Stupid asses, man. I hate to say it. I feel bad for these people on the one hand, but on the other hand, if you're that goddamn gullible, you deserve to get ass raped. You deserve to have your wallet drained dry. If you can't finally figure out, when week after week, month after month, year after year goes by and you're still shelling it out, you can't afford to do it, and you still let yourself get exploited, you know what? There has to come a time where you say, you deserve it. You deserve it. You do. If you're that goddamn gullible, that fucking stupid, you deserve it. They'll even let their kids go without, guys. They'll sacrifice their own kids' interests because they're doing it for Yahweh, who they won't deny it. They'll admit it if you ask them, do you love God more than your own kids? Oh, they have to answer yes. They love the child-murdering son of a bitch in the clouds more than their own kids, right? And so, yeah, they'll put Yahweh before their own kids. And all the while, their minister drives away in opulence, right? Driving a Cadillac or a Mercedes when they got a beat-up frickin' shitbox, right? That they're constantly pumping money into, for repairs. It's barely drivable, just barely passes inspection if you live in a state that requires auto inspection. And all just so that they can continue to give money that they can't afford to give to God, who promised he's going to bless me. So disgusting, man. Bible belief, point number 37, gets the believer to ostracize the non-believer, even family members, unless they appear to be potentially sucked into their cult, right? If they're potential converts, oh no, we'll be good to them. We want to lure them in. But if it's clear you're not going to be lured in, then you get ostracized, right? You get condemned. The old finger-pointing exercise kicks in. You judge them. You condemn their souls to hell because you figure, well, if I can't reason them or entice them with all these fake promises in the Bible of, eternal life and reunited with loved ones in heaven one day, if I can't lure them in that way, then I'll intimidate them, right? I'll put fear in them, the fear of God. Ministers do this all the time. They try to appeal to your emotions, right? They'll have real, moving music playing softly in the background as they have an altar call, If there's anyone out there who's hurting, I know there are. I can see it in your faces. And just saying that, if you're on the verge of tears, of course the tears are going to roll, right? Oh, they love that. They exploit that to the hilt. Step forward now. Jesus is touching your heart. I know you can feel it. What they feel is emotion surging because they had a shitty week, right? And they mistake that for the Spirit of God touching them. The minister convinces them that's what it is, right? Oh, they have it all tailored to rip your heart out, to reach in and play with your emotions. Yeah. And then shortly after that, they'll call for the ushers to come around with the buckets. And the money will come in like never before, right? Because people are convinced that, wow, I'm so moved by the Spirit of God touching these people's hearts. They're in tears. They're in tears because they've been manipulated, having had a shitty week, right? It's all a big stage show. The people aren't faking the tears, right? Oh, maybe some of them are. They got a little Vicks vapor rub they're rubbing on their eyes. No, but a lot of times, these people are really hurting. Those are real tears. They mistake it for a movement of God. Oh, I'm going to give more this week. God's really moving in a powerful way here. And yet it's all hucksterism through and through. Bible dupes, you are the greatest of suckers on the planet. Oh, there's non-Bible dupes who are suckers too, but you guys, I got to pat you on the back and give you credit. You take the cake, you win the prize. But yeah, Bible dupes will ostracize family members that either they can't persuade to become members of the cult, or especially if you were cult members and left it. Look what the Amish do, right? They'll banish you. You will not be allowed to visit your brother or sister or your parents. They will absolutely shun you. You have lost your family for the sake of following the truth now and turning away from the religion that's held you back and kept you in darkness, right? Which they called light. Once you wake up, if you ever do, and realize you've been bamboozled, your family will never talk to you again. It's not you turning away from them. You still want contact with them, even though they're falling for this bullshit. You still love your family, right? But they don't love you anymore, obviously, because if they did, they wouldn't do that to you now, would they? This is, practiced in the extreme in the Amish world, in the Hutterites and similar groups. But it also takes place, not to such an extreme degree, but it still takes place in average Christian contexts too, right? They might not banish you and tell you never to step foot in my house again, but you're going to get the cold shoulder. You're not going to be as warmly welcomed, right? There's going to be that coldness that you can sense the moment you walk into the home of your siblings or parents or whatever. But you don't even have to be related to them. You could have been good friends, right? I personally experienced that. They all wrote me off, guys. Didn't want anything more to do with me. They didn't call me anymore. And then, they'll look for stuff too, to condemn you on, to launch personal attacks against you, whatever, right? So they feel even more justified now to not have anything to do with you. That's interesting because, again, the great Jesus actually told them to love their enemies and do good to those who persecute you. And yet, when you're not a believer anymore, you're not their enemy. You're not persecuting them. When you still show up at their door and want to have contact with them because you still consider them your friends, or they are, in fact, your family members, right? They will blacklist you or at least be cold to you. They won't be as friendly to you as they were before, even if they don't shun you outright, right? It's never going to be the same again because you were a believer, but you're not anymore. They don't feel comfortable around you. And yet, they're told to love their enemies. Do you see my point? They treat you worse than how they're supposed to be treating their enemies, according to Jesus, right? Turn the other cheek, love those who despitefully use you, do good to them, blah, 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 blah. But they don't even do that to you when you're, supposed to be their good friends and are trying to still be good friends to them. And when you've even been their loving family members, right? You're still trying to be loving to them, but they're not loving to you anymore. They turn a cold shoulder to you, either outright banishing you or not being so welcoming anymore. There's that tension there, that coldness. You're still treating them the same, but they're not treating you the same, even though they're supposed to be loving to their enemies. So what does that tell you? They still believe that they're to be loving to their enemies, but they're not loving to you, at least not as much as they were, right? So they obviously are viewing you as worse than their enemies, aren't they? They won't come out and say that, but that's how it's playing out. That's how they're treating you. Is that ever fucked up or what? But that's what Christianity will do to you guys. You'll pay lip service to the word love. You'll talk about love, 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 love all the time, but you will banish those who don't follow your cult anymore. They'll eventually drop you like a hot potato if they see that they can't convert you, right? But if you were a former believer and now you're not, oh, that's the worst thing for them. Your very presence makes them feel uncomfortable. They're afraid that you might not never bring religion up again around them, right? You'll do it out of respect to them. But it doesn't matter. In the back of their mind,
oh, he might just bring it up, and I don't want to hear what he has to say. That's going to be the devil trying to deceive me.
That's what they'll say, but really, deep down inside, they suspect that you might be right because you said some things they know they can't answer, and that makes them feel uncomfortable. They can't continue on with their social club when someone like you is in their presence, and they're afraid that that conversation might get brought up at some point, and you're going to make them feel uncomfortable again. So they don't want that, so they'll write you off and treat you worse than an enemy that they're supposed to love just because they're afraid.
They're so secure in their faith
that they're afraid you're going to say something that will shake their faith. You gotta love it.
They're so convinced, though, that their cult is the answer to man's problems. Why, this religion was delivered to us directly from God, his infallible word.
And yet, they're afraid to bring it under scrutiny. Again, guys, do you see how full of shit they actually are? They're full of shit. They're lying son of a bitches, every frickin' one of them. The ones who play this game, and most of them do. Most of them do. Like I said, I still have a couple Christian friends who know full well that I not only don't believe in the Bible, but I actually fucking despise it. But they still talk to me, which is cool, but that's a rare exception. I don't bring, religion up. They don't bring it up, and we're fine, Or if it's brought up, it's in a very neutral fashion. We avoid controversy, and that's great. I don't say things that will get them upset, and they don't say things that will get me upset. That's cool. And so, yeah, we've been friends for years. But that's it. They're the exception. Most of them, no frickin' way, guys, could you ever be friends with them. Once they see that you're not a believer and that you actually despise that, they won't be friends with you. You might want to still be friends with them, but they don't want to be friends with you. And so they'll distance themselves. They'll make up phony bullshit. I remember this one couple that I used to hang out with years ago, me and my ex, all the time. I knew the husband since I was a kid, right? When I was first in the Adventist cult. He was at my baptism when I was 12 years old. And so off and on, we were good friends all through the years. Would get together, sometimes weekly, sometimes once a month. We would be busy and lose touch for a few weeks, but we always hooked up again and would hang out, blah, blah, blah. Anyway. After I got fired, I got dumped like a hot potato, right? Never heard from them for years. One day I ran into them in a supermarket, and they acted like nothing had changed. Hey, how's it going? They come over and I got a hug from the wife, and the husband shook my hand. Hey, buddy, like they're still my friends, and like there wasn't this 4 or 5 year gap where I had tried early on, to call, and they wouldn't return my calls. After a while, you get the message. Oh, them too, huh? They wrote me off too. Some friends, Now here it is. Years later, at least 5 years later, I'm getting the hug and the handshake, acting like they're still my buddies. Hey, we got to get together sometime, You think I heard from them? You think they ever called me after that? No. They're lying. They're pretending they're my friends. They're full of shit. But this one really got me, though. this one here was classic. As we were talking, at one point, the husband was talking to my ex, and, well, she wasn't my ex then, but he was talking to my wife at the time, and I was talking to his wife, right? And all of a sudden, she felt very awkward, you could tell, you know. She wasn't really looking me in the face. She felt obligated, though, that she had to say something because she knew that 5 years had gone by. They weren't returning my calls. They weren't calling me. You know what she actually said to me? I couldn't believe it. It was so disgusting. She would have been better off had she not said anything like this. She was trying to patch things up, and not patch things up, but I mean to make herself look good at what she and her husband were doing to me by not calling me, right? She says, Charlie, I hope you don't think Paul and I are ignoring you. That's not it. I hope you don't think we're ignoring you, because that's not it. Holy shit. I actually felt embarrassed for her. I think after she said it, she realized how pathetic of a statement that was. I just couldn't believe it. I should have told her, fuck you, is what I should have told her. I just kind of, I mean, I was just so taken aback. I couldn't believe she would say something so outrageous. Of course you're ignoring me, you little bitch. I couldn't get out of that situation fast enough. I think that's when I kind of nudged my ex and said, oh, well, you know, we got to get going. We're in a hurry, you know. Holy, guys, do you see how phony they are? Oh, they're absolutely fucking phony. They're full of shit. They talk love. There's no love in them at all. None. They can't handle it when somebody figures out the bullshit of their religion. They just can't fucking handle it. And so they'll blacklist you, even though they're supposed to be loving to their enemies, right? Anyway. Paul Rafferty. I don't even mind giving his last name. Wherever you are, you're full of shit. I just called you out. Guys, they're all fake. They're all fake. Again, a few exceptions, but no, for the most part, I mean, I'm talking like 98%. I can count on the fingers of one hand the exceptions to that rule. Of all the people that I dealt with over the years, not just in that cult, but just Christians across the board, they're all the same. Doesn't matter what denomination they are. They all do this. They all blacklist you, bullshit you. If you run into them, they act like you're still their friend. They're so completely disingenuous. They can't even come right out and say, hey, I enjoyed when we hung out, but I'm sorry, we just can't be friends anymore. I hope you can understand. I wish you the best, but no, because you're not a believer anymore. They can't be honest. They have to play games and pretend, hey, buddy, how's it going? Go so far as to shake your hand and give you a hug when they can't stand you. They're repulsed by you. They want nothing to do with you. They're full of shit. They're phonies through and through. Again, they talk love. They don't even know what it is. Never have, never will, as long as they continue to follow that bullshit lying religion, that branch Jewish religion called Christianity. I'm sure the same thing goes on in the Muslim world too, of course. But I do have to say this. I've only really known one Muslim family fairly well. Years ago, I worked with them. And they invited me and my ex, over to their home for dinner a few times. Actually, really, really nice people. And you know what? They weren't trying to convert us to Islam like you'll get with Christians. Christians are constantly trying to, shove their religion down your goddamn throat, right? They didn't bring up religion once. Not once. And now, maybe it's because we didn't hang out with them long enough. I don't know. They eventually moved away. But it was a good, I'd say, 2 years or so that we were getting together with them. And I have to say, they were actually far more courteous and more, from what I could tell anyway, sincerely decent people, right? They were far more Christian than most of the Christians I've ever known. Now, maybe if I had converted to Islam and then later figured out that it was a joke and I left it, maybe I'd get the cold shoulder from them too. I don't know. But I'm just saying that as far as how they were for the time that we knew them, they were much kinder, much more cordial than most of the Christians I ever knew. I didn't get that superficial phoniness from a lot of them. I remember, guys, even when I was a believer, we used to have people over when I was lay pastoring before I went to college and, started student pastoring. When I was lay pastoring, and I did that for the same amount of time, about 4 years before I went to seminary, the church where I lay pastored was right up the street from where I lived. We used to rent this church out from Christian Science church. Anyway, it wasn't a large group, there was, I don't know, at any given time, maybe only about 25, 30 people that went. But we would invite them every week. And, we weren't loaded, right? We didn't have a lot of money. But we would do it up nice. My mother did. She did all the cooking, pretty much. My ex did a little bit, but my mother did most of it. And, again, we didn't have a lot of money, but we put a lot of money into this. We would put on this big spread, right? My mother would make, oh, my God, on average during the week when she just cooked for us, she would still make like half a dozen, at least 3 or 4 dishes, sometimes half a dozen dishes for one meal. Oh, I miss those days, man. My mother could cook up a storm. But when we had company over, she'd make a dozen dishes, right? Those parasitical son of a bitches never brought any food of their own. Not even, a dessert. Nothing. This went on for 4 years. They would all show up and gorge themselves eating my mother's food, never, ever pitching in, never offering to, not only to bring food, but, any money, any reimbursement. Hey, this costs a lot of money, I would imagine. If you want, we can pitch in, even $5-10. Nothing! We never asked either, but they never offered. This is also how a lot of Christians are. Not all of them. Oh, but a lot of them. They're fucking parasites. They're looking for a free fucking ride. And it doesn't matter to them that the free ride is coming from people that don't even have as much money as they do. It's another reason I'm glad to be out of that whole goddamn mess. We knew that they were using us, but we figured, well, we're doing it as a ministry, God's work, right? Oh, bullshit. Guys, I tell you, they're sons of bitches. They are just like the Jewish masters that created that mentality in their heads. They follow it to the T, even when it comes down to parasitism. They're just like them, God damn it. I remember one time at, quote, camp meeting, and this is the last story. I'll get back to the notes here. It looks like I'm going to have to do this in another video the way I'm going. But I remember one time there was a camp meeting. Adventists used to do this every summer for a week, sometimes 10 days, whatever. They would have speakers, that they would invite from around the world that were well known in Adventism, authors of popular books, whatever. Well, one time they had this guy that at the time I was a fan of, right? Jack Sequeira was his name. I liked the books that he wrote because he talked about the importance of faith, and it doesn't matter if you slip up once in a while because God is there to forgive you, and you're still going to have his righteousness, blah, 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 blah. Anyway. So when I heard he was coming to this camp meeting one year, I'm like, oh, we got to make sure we're there for every one of his talks. I don't want to miss one of them, After the very first talk he gave, I got invited along with him and a bunch of other people to this one couple's tent. They were throwing on a potluck, and, he was going to be there. So I thought, oh, wow, an opportunity to actually not only hear him talk live, but to meet him personally, shake his hand and talk with him during the potluck, So I went, and I couldn't believe the whole time I'm watching this frickin' guy sit on his fat ass, getting waited on. He didn't even go to the table to get his own food. There were others who were asking, oh, what do you like? You like this or you want some of that? And so they were filling his plate for him as he sat on his fat ass. He didn't even offer afterwards to help clean up. He didn't clean up his own mess or help clean off the table. Everybody else was doing work but him. The whole time he just sat on his ass and was loving that everyone was eating out of his hand, asking him questions, the big answer man, He loved the fact that he got all this attention, was getting served, waited on. Well, guess what? You can bet that's how Jesus operated too. Everywhere he went, He had everything handed to him on a silver platter. He loved the attention. He loved that every time he'd open his mouth, everybody was, "Oh, the great Jesus is talking!" He had his fat ass pampered everywhere he went. Money was donated to him, from out of Galilee, that supported the insurrectionist movement, right? He was getting fat wads of cash. There was a lot of wealthy people that lived there that supported the insurrectionist movement, which he was a part of, right? So I can imagine, I didn't know this at the time, of course, but looking back, this guy, Jack Sequeira, was like the great Jesus. Everywhere he went, everything was handed to him.
Jesus said, "I have no place to lay my head."
In other words, he didn't own a house. He didn't need to, because everywhere he went, lodging was provided, food was provided. He didn't even have to dish out his own food. It was all handed to him as he sat on his fat ass. I was shocked when I saw this from this guy. He preached and talked about in his books the importance of serving others, right? And yet there he was getting served. He wasn't serving anybody. And he was making fat bundles of cash off the sales of his books, too. And plus, they paid him when he went around to speaking engagements like this. They paid him handsomely. So even as a Bible dupe, I was starting to see, after that, I was so disgusted. I didn't buy any more of his books. I couldn't believe what I saw. Couldn't believe it. Well, I believe it now. They're all phonies at that level, guys. At the leadership level, they wouldn't get in a position like that and be called upon to come and give speeches and have their books put up for sale in the Adventist bookshops called ABC, the Adventist Book Center, if they weren't ass lickers and doing what the boys at the top wanted them to do, right? As long as you lick ass and praise the General Conference leaders. So it is in any church, right? You got to lick the Pope's ass, the local bishop and the cardinals. As long as you do that, your books will sell. They'll put them up for sale. They'll advertise for you, right? Because you're advertising for them. Absolutely disgusting. So there's another reason why Bible dupes, sicken me, and why their philosophy is so goddamn toxic. They're suckers for this kind of bullshit. They eat out of the hand of these scumbags who sit on their fat ass. They talk about serving others because that's what they want you to do when they come around, to serve them. But notice the hypocrisy. They don't do any serving. The Bible also instills, and this is point number 38, also instills in the minds of most Bible dupes, not all subscribe to this, but most Bible dupes who follow the Bible correctly, because the Bible does teach this, most Bible dupes believe that God made man superior over all other creatures and that he should rule over them. Man was given dominion over the earth, so it's okay when you rape and pillage and slaughter animals for, experiments in labs or whatever. Some Christians, I've heard them say it, well, maybe it's not something I would want to do, but I'm not against it. God gave us dominion over the animal. And so, rape and pillage the planet. That's the message in the Bible, right? The Zios put that in there so that they could, in fact, do that. And if you questioned it, well, you believe in the Bible, don't you? God gave us dominion. So there's another twisted philosophy that's come out of the Bible. Point number 39. Almost all Christians are prejudiced against homosexuals as evil sinners. I kind of already covered this already, but... And it's true, guys, right? If you're a homosexual, in the eyes of most Christians, you're evil. It doesn't matter that you don't flaunt it out in public. You don't march down an LGBT parade with your ass hanging out. In fact, you could be against the LGBT movement altogether, right? It doesn't matter. You're evil and you made a choice. No. A lot of gays, most of them, in fact, didn't make a choice. You do make a choice what you do about it, though. If you flaunt it in public and want to, wave your bare ass, now there's a problem. If you want to push it on kids, now there's a problem. But no, a great many gays are not for that. They're actually against that, and yet they are condemned as much as those who are for that. There's no distinction in the minds of most Christians. They're all the same. They're all condemned under that one banner is evil. Bullshit. Bullshit. But you know what makes this even more interesting? A lot of ministers, especially Catholic priests, right,
who have taken the vow of celibacy.
A great many of them, down through the centuries, who have been the loudest to point a condemning finger at homosexuals, have themselves been homosexuals. How do you like that? And by pointing a finger at others, it makes them look good, right? You wouldn't suspect them as being homosexuals. They practice it, and they make sure they practice it in private, not out in the open, you know. But a great many of them have, in fact, been. I mean, it drives you into that, right? When you're not allowed to, have sex of any kind, right? You're supposed to, you're made to suppress it, right? That will manifest itself in all kinds of perverted ways, corrupt ways. A lot of monks in monasteries are homosexuals because they still have the sex drive. You can suppress it all you want, but in time, it's going to manifest itself in some way, in some unwholesome way, right? It's going to happen. It happens in prisons, right? Men are, not all men, but a lot of men do turn to homosexuality because there's no women around. They're not allowed to. They're not able to, right? And so it is, again, with this celibacy bullshit. Wow. But that's just such a classic Christian tactic, right? To condemn others for things that you're guilty of yourself. That's a Jewish tactic too, isn't it? The Jews taught Christians very well, haven't they? They reproduced the Jewish mentality without even thinking about it. They don't have to. It comes naturally by following their twisted philosophy embodied in that unholy book called the Bible. By the way, I got to mention this. Homosexuality is not limited to the human species. Did you know that? In fact, there are over 1,500 species of animals that have been observed engaging in homosexual acts. Do you think those animals made a choice for whatever reason? Just like in the human realm. Some animals wind up going down that road. It's not normal, it's not natural, but it does happen, right? So, is homosexuality a choice? If you're going to make that claim, well, then you're going to have to make it the claim with the animals, too, that have been seen to engage in homosexual acts. Knock it off, Bible dupes. Your philosophy is so vulgar, so twisted, so anti-human. It is, in fact, Jewish. Just to cite one example, the bison. Over 1/2 of all sexual interaction of bison involves male on male. Look it up, guys. You can actually see this. It's been observed many times out in the wild. Over half of all sexual interaction between bison is male on male. How do you like that? And again, just for clarification, I'm not saying I'm a fan of homosexuality. No. But I'm not against people who are practicing homosexuality in the privacy of their own homes or their, gay boyfriend's home or lesbian girlfriend's home. That's their business. It's nobody else's goddamn business. They're not hurting anyone. They're not raping their partner. Their partner is willing just as they are and has mutual feelings and attractions. Who the hell are you to pass judgment and say that they're committing something evil when they do that? It's not normal. It's not natural. But they're not claiming that it is. A lot of gays know it's not normal and natural. They're not expecting you to claim it's normal and natural. They just don't want to be treated as lesser human beings for it, right? And they shouldn't be. Anyway, point number 40. The main reason why women have been demeaned in Western societies, for the most part, over the past, 2,000 years, has been because of the way the Bible has portrayed them in a demeaning way, in a belittling fashion, right? That comes from the Bible, where Paul says that wives are to submit themselves to their husbands in all things. in all things.
Women are to remain silent in the churches. If they have any questions, they're to ask their husbands later in private. Over and over. I've covered this before, but the whole idea of women being degraded in society, that comes from the Jews too, guys. It comes from their not-so-holy book. There are passages in some of the apocryphal Christian writings, right, where there's statements, for example, there's one that says, I thank thee, O Lord, that you did not make me, this is from the Talmud, but there's also statements like this in apocryphal books, Christian books. But this particular one I'm thinking of. I thank you, Lord, that you have not made me a Gentile or a woman. So there you go. It's in all the Jewish so-called holy books. Yes, the Talmud, the Torah, even in the New Testament, right? And so the fact that women weren't afforded rights to vote and were considered lesser beings than men, you know, it all comes from the Bible. And Christians carried that over into the Gentile world. But it all stems from originally the Old Testament and then carried over into the New. You know, in the Old Testament, I forget the passage now, but there's one passage where Yahweh is saying how, you know, if, I'm trying to think how it goes now. Basically, he's putting a monetary value, though, on, if someone gets killed accidentally, if it's a woman, you're to reimburse the person, for her loss, you know, only 10 shekels, whereas if it's a male, it's 50 shekels. So not only is the woman worth less, she's worth much less, right? And then it keeps dropping from there. If it's a child, you pay less than an adult, but it's always less for the female child than the male. If it's a baby, a year or younger, then it doesn't matter. There's no value there at all. Baby isn't worth anything in Yahweh's estimation. It's so disgusting. So not only are women worth less, but babies apparently aren't worth anything, according to Mr. Yahweh in the Not So Holy book. Anyway, I covered this before. You can go back and I highly recommend, if you haven't done so, go back and listen to all of the early videos, the first 140 or so videos on this channel, where I just rip the Bible apart. You know, everything I've talked about since then regarding the Bible, I pretty much already covered in those first 100 and whatever it is, 150, 100, whatever, 140. You know, if after hearing those videos, you still think that there's something salvageable in the Bible, that there's something good about it, let me know so I can recommend some good psychological intervention for you. You need some help. I demolish that goddamn book in that early series. I leave no stone unturned. Guys, there's no salvaging it. It's bullshit, the whole goddamn thing from beginning to end. Somebody put a comment recently about how, well, there's some good stuff in the Bible.
You don't need it. Anything that's good in there was stolen already from other pre-existing religions, right? You don't need the Bible for that. It's like saying,
that lump of shit still has some tasty nuggets of corn in there. You just got to wash that off and it's still edible.
Really? You flush the shit and grow some fresh corn. I mean, that's literally what the meaning is of a statement like that.
The Bible has some good in it.
Yeah. And a lump of shit has some good-looking kernels of corn. You're gonna eat that corn? You want that corn? You want to even touch it? The Bible is shit through and through. I don't care that it has some good statements in it. That was put in there just to lure people in. And when you try to defend it, making statements like that, you're falling right in line with where the Jews want you. It's shit. Get rid of it all.
Oh yeah, Jesus said a couple of nice things.
But Jesus was an insurrectionist bastard who was all for Jewish supremacism, right? Who cares that he said something good? It turns out that any of the few good things he said were all plagiarized, stolen. Did he introduce anything new? Nothing. Did he say anything profound that no one had ever thought about? Nothing. But as it turns out, most of what he said is absolute garbage. In the trash with the whole goddamn thing. The only reason to still keep a Bible on hand is so you can expose it for the bullshit that it is. Other than that, it is garbage.
Well, actually, it looks like I am going to finish this discussion up with this video. I don't have too much more to cover here. In fact, I really only have one more main point I want to make, expressed in Luke 12, 6 and 7. Listen to the bullshit. Speaking of Jesus touting bullshit, listen to this statement from him, how disgusting and despicable this propaganda is. He said, "Are not 5 sparrows sold for 2 farthings, and not one of them is forgotten before God?" In other words, God is concerned even for birds, right? He doesn't forget them. Well, gee, if he doesn't forget them, why did he allow them to be sold to probably be cooked up in a frying pan, right? Anyway, he went on to say, "But even the very hairs of your head are numbered. Fear not, therefore," he says, "you are of much more value than many sparrows." Well, first of all, Yahweh doesn't give a shit about sparrows or any other birds, does he? Birds are constantly flying into people's windows because they don't realize there's glass there, right? Did you ever see that? I saw it once as a kid. I'm sitting there with a friend of mine at his kitchen table, and all of a sudden, bang! I'm like, what the heck was that? We run out to see that, oh, wow, there's a dead bird right outside his window. The bird flew into the window, broke its neck, bang, dead. Where was Yahweh there? He's concerned about even the sparrows, said Jesus. What a bunch of bullshit. And then he goes on to say, therefore, since he's concerned about sparrows, he's obviously much more concerned about you because he cares much more for you than many sparrows. Well, if that were true, why do we have statistics like this? More than 1 billion people, almost an eighth of the world. In fact, I think it's almost 2 billion now. So 1/4 of the world's population is lacking access to safe drinking water. 40% of the world's population, almost half of its population, lack access to basic sanitation. Oh, but Yahweh cares more for you than he does for many sparrows.
An estimated 2 billion people, or about 1/4 of the entire world population, mostly in the third world, have no access to electricity. None. There's a great many people in this country who now don't have access to electricity either. They're living out on the street, right? And that number is growing by leaps and bounds every day.
But fear not, little flock, your God highly values you, even more than many sparrows.
Well, if he does, then why does he sit on his fat ass, Mr. Jesus, like you apparently are doing, who are supposed to be up in heaven now too, looking down, and do nothing when these statistics here clearly fly right in the face of your phony-ass claim? What a lying son of a bitch, guys.
Ask anything in my name, and I will do it, he says.
Numerous times. Anything, whatsoever you ask, I will do it. Bible dupes, you are in such a goddamn obviously fake-ass fantasy world. Even non-believers know your Bible better than you do and can clearly see it's full of shit. Your great Jesus lied many, many times over. This is a big one right here.
God cares for you more than many sparrows.
More than 200 million children under age 5 worldwide do not get basic health care. Well, nowadays, that's probably a good thing, right? Jewish health care, wanting to jab them with the COVID death jab. Nevertheless, though, they don't have any health care at all. Yahweh loves them, though. Nearly 10 million children die annually. 27,397 per day from treatable ailments like simple diarrhea and pneumonia, needlessly, right? Where's Yahweh, who's supposed to care for all of them? Jesus says Yahweh especially loves the helpless little children. And yet, how many times did the great Yahweh tell his chosenites to kill everything that breathes, including young suckling infants? He told them to rip up the wombs of pregnant women. Oh, but Yahweh cares for the little ones, doesn't he? The number of people in the world who go to bed hungry every day is 925 million. You know, I could go on with statistics like this. They don't end. It's not even necessary. You get the point, right? Yahweh claims to be so concerned about all people. He loves the sinner as much as the saint. He hates the sin but loves the sinner. And yet, he doesn't even care for believers. There's believers in the world, in these third world countries, who die of starvation and don't have access to sanitation or to any kind of legitimate health care. Yahweh lets them die as readily as the non-believers, right?
Oh, but he loves you and he looks after you.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Christ went on to say there isn't a sparrow that falls to the ground without Yahweh taking notice. Oh, really? So what does that mean? He takes notice of them falling dead to the ground. Doesn't do anything about it, though. Doesn't intervene to prevent it. He just takes notice. Well, you can apply that to people too then, right?
There isn't one person who dies from starvation or
A little child who catches pneumonia and could have been saved if he had access to health care, but no, he doesn't. So Yahweh just sits back and lets them die. He sits there and watches them suffer and die and does nothing about it. Your God sucks, Bible dupes. Just on that basis alone, without even opening the Bible to see that the psychopath gets off on inflicting death and suffering, even among young suckling infants. But you don't even have to open the Bible to see that. You could be completely ignorant of passages like that. And yet, if you believe that there's an all-loving, all-powerful entity in charge of this world, and you look at statistics like this, millions, yea, billions of people dying from starvation when there's more than enough food to go around, this Zio bitch government of ours has been ordering for decades farmers to destroy millions of tons of perfectly edible produce just to keep the prices artificially high on Wall Street, right, for investors. That food doesn't have to be destroyed. It could be sent to help starving people in third world countries or right on our streets today. No, and that would still keep the prices artificially high. No, they're ordered to destroy it. Do you think there's a shortage of food in this world? There's no fucking shortage. It's created artificially. Just like the shortage in oil back in the 70s when we had two so-called oil crises. They were deliberately withholding oil. There were millions of gallons, billions of gallons tucked away in reserve so they could create this artificial shortage and justify raising the price of oil 400% between 1973 and 1980 when those first oil shortages were claimed, right? The first one was in 73 and then again in 78. But it was in 1973 that
Mr. Henry Kissinger,
at a Bilderberger meeting that year, called for the price of oil to be raised 400% over the next 10 years. 7 years later, it was raised 400%. It went from 25 cents to $1, artificially, through the false goddamn energy crises, right? And all at whose behest? The Jew bag, Henry Kissinger. There was a book written back in the 70s called How the Other Half Dies. Very interesting reading. You can still get copies on, well, if not on Amazon, you could as of a couple of years ago. I don't know if they still have any. You can get it through an interlibrary loan. Read it, and find out how world hunger has always been created. The book doesn't point a finger at Jews, but if you read the book carefully, you'll see that, oh, son of a bitch, that is their doing. Of course it is. Starvation has been deliberately created for billions of people around the world. There's no need of it, guys. There's plenty of extra food, always has been. They order farmers, not just here. It's been done up in Canada, in countries all across Europe. The Zio-controlled bitch governments in these countries have ordered farmers to destroy billions of tons. It's so goddamn disgusting. Anyway, guys, that does finally conclude this discussion on reasons not to believe there's an all-powerful, all-loving God in charge of this fuck-nut mess called planet Earth. Anyways, lots more to come, guys. Thanks for joining me. We'll catch you in the next video. Take care.